If you've ever woke up and said, oh, my trades are going to depend on a YouTube stream midday by a guy who named himself after a cat, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. It is Friday. Happy Friday. We made it to the end of a long week. We had some numbers here this morning. We've got Roaring Kitty doing some stream at noon for GME. We've got GME down 50% from its highs. I suspect that we're going to have a wild day. We got a full-on party for you ready here on Live Trading. Let's go ahead and get it.
Welcome to Benzinga Live Trading.
Let's see if this actually kind of comes back.
Way out of control, got way too high.
All right. Hey, I will take that. I will absolutely take that.
All right, folks. Hello and good morning. It is great to see a whole bunch of returning faces. Welcome, everybody, and happy Friday. We've got a lot to cover. We had Dennis, Joel, and AB absolutely going ham right before, so we're going to go ahead and get to it. We got an entire party for you here today, so I hope you folks are ready. You, of course, know 1313. How you doing on this Friday?
I'm doing fine. Just trying to finish my coffee, get ready for some trading, which looks like it might be pretty volatile today.
Might be pretty volatile. Finishing coffee means that you generally have to pour another cup. It's not going to just stop. Not going to just stop with 13 today. We're also going to bring on Andy from Mighty Soldiers Trades. Andy, how are you doing on this Friday, my dude?
Took me a bit to get here, Ryan, but I'm here, and good morning. Great to see everybody.
Are you ready for a party? I mean, what are we going to do today? It is going to be absolutely wild.
I started partying last night, taking profit in AMC before it pulled back, Ryan, so I'm good.
So look at this. He already partied before the party starts. He pre-partied so that the rest of us can enjoy the party here today. Absolutely love it. The guests don't stop there, though. Downtown Nick Brown. I guess I can't even say that, right? Because that's Josh Brown's nickname, and I'm kind of copying it, and then we can't really do that, can we? Josh Brown's a good guy, so we don't want to.
You're not watching the show, though.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe.
Maybe
he is. Anyway, thanks, Nick. Anyway, Nick, welcome. Nick, we got a lot of news here this morning. So let's just go ahead and get right to it, folks. I'm going to go ahead and start with the SPY here. We're going to talk a little bit about it. 13, I'm going to get your opinion on the SPY, and then we're going to go ahead and have Nick deliver the numbers for us. What do you guys say?
All right.
All right, let's do it. First here, SPY. We're still just kind of trading, right in this range. It still looks like we're kind of trading sideways. We had a pre-market high today, 536.27. That was on the actual data print. First move there was up, then we resolved lower. If we zoom in here, you can actually see what that pre-market looks like. Here is our data print here today. Initial move down on that hot print. We're going to talk about it here in a sec. Now, it does look like we're kind of coming back here. I heard Joel in his closing right there on pre-market prep, saying, hey, the bulls might take this market back. Maybe we don't go over the pre-market high. I would agree with that, but I wouldn't even be shocked if we got traded back to flat here. So we'll wait and see. We'll cover those numbers here in a sec. 13, what did you see here in terms of the price action?
So every time that the price reaches this trend line that's kind of defined the top of where the market's been going, it reverses and goes lower. We've seen that happen 3 times now. And the following days, what ends up happening is we usually end up getting a inside candle or a candle that's, it's green, but it's lower than the previous days. So that's what I'm going to be looking for today is price action that ultimately ends up closing lower than yesterday's candles open. That's what I'm looking for. We might even go lower. I just really don't know what to expect from the price action today because of how many different news catalysts we're going to be getting throughout the day.
Okay, and Andy, I know that you often look at the SPY or the future or the broader market here just in general. You got anything lined up for a trade here yet today?
I mean, Ryan, basically just this market is an absolute beast. That 20 EMA, we've been strong ever since then. And I just don't want to put myself in danger shorting this monster. Not yet.
Okay. All right, we will take a look and see what's going on. All right, let's get to the data print that's actually moving this market and creating this price action. Nick, do you just want to take it away here? We got the non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate here this morning.
Yeah, so again, it was a big beat this morning. 272,000 jobs were added. Estimate was for 180,000. Unemployment rate actually ticked up a tenth to 4%. Estimate was for 3.9. Average hourly earnings for May actually beat expectations and actually rose again to 0.4%. Estimate was for 0.3. Previously, it was 0.2. Average hourly earnings grew again to 4.1%. Estimate was for 3.9. Previously was for 3.9. We are now being told, and we see it here on the wires, that the Fed swaps no longer fully price in rate cuts before December. This is, though, unexpected that the unemployment rate ticked up. But again, jobs are being added in practically all sectors. And just to give you some highlights, the unemployment rate actually hit 4%. That's the first time since January of 22. And the U6 underemployment actually is at 7.4. That is now the highest since November of 21.
Okay, so there you go. Those are going to be the data prints moving the SPY here today. You guys have any takeaways from this data here this morning? Or does the chat have any takeaways from the print here this morning?
It's confusing. Just the overall sector and how unemployment ticked up, where we've added 272,000. Normally, it's either steady or it tends to move lower. So it's going to be interesting. ADP, I believe, was a miss on Wednesday. So that kind of signaled something. Claims, remember, Thursday ticked up to 229,000, which was interesting. And then we get some inflation next week, and we get the Fed meeting. So we'll see what the dot plots. But I do think the Fed should be cutting. I've heard that multiple times on TV this morning. I think Lagarde signaled that yesterday to get the ball rolling, even with Bank of Canada earlier this week.
And you were correct. That ADP number did come in light there on Wednesday. Okay. Would be curious to hear anyone else's thoughts on how this is actually going to affect the market here today. Basically, what I gathered from all of you is we are in line for a volatile day here today. That's sure seems to be what we're gonna be looking at here today. Let's go back over to the chart tool here and let's talk about GameStop, ticker GME. What a wild ride this has been. Couple of things here. So first of all, yesterday we got a pretty extreme ramp. If you recall back to yesterday's show, we were asked about GME early. It had a little bit of action in the pre-market, but really nothing of note. It actually gave a trade as it took out some of these highs right after the open and then kind of rolled over back to flat. Really not a whole lot going on in the first half of the day, but things really started to change in the latter half of the day. You can see the volume absolutely started to ramp. GME actually moved from a low 30 handle and closed up near 46. I think it was 46 and change. And we actually traded up almost to 70 in the after hours. Big shouts to Zoltan from our news desk team who called yesterday right here that GME, before it reverses, is likely to go towards 70. He was off by just 3 points. Zoltan, really just an amazing job on that call here. The notable thing here today, though, is that we are actually down over 50% from those highs, or we were at one point here earlier today. Now, GME so far here holding right in here about 35, 36. Remember, this is going to be just above the level that it made right out of the open yesterday. And then, of course, the big news here, Roaring Kitty on his YouTube channel is going to have a live stream today at 12 noon Eastern time. So our show will not be on the air at that time. And it'll be very interesting to see what he has to say. I personally don't know what he's going to say. I don't know what the point of the live stream is yet, but I'm sure we're going to find that out here later today. And the one thing I know, I can't tell you for sure if GME is going to trade up or down, but what I can tell you is that the volatility in this name is going to be intense, and it should make for trades for all of us here. Whether you like this long or short, you might have an opportunity to execute your trade here on GME. Now, you guys, I pretty much just ran down everything that's going on with GME. Do you guys have any thoughts or any trade plans on how you're actually going to attack this here today?
I don't think much. I just execute, and that's what I did. So I got a share or two of GME, and I picked up a little more AMC after taking profit last night.
Okay, so you actually traded AMC already and got out with some gains. That's pretty awesome. And I to your point there about reacting, you're not necessarily making predictions. Instead, you're going to react and execute. I appreciate that. Keep us posted here on any GameStop trades that you make. How about you, 13?
Well, I noticed yesterday that there was a pretty solid reaction to the price coming down or interacting with VWAP. I missed out on an opportunity trade there yesterday because I wasn't at my desk. when this happened. But as soon as the price ran up to just over $44 and came back in, it bounced right off VWAP and then had this massive rally. So I'm going to be looking to see what happens with GameStop around VWAP, and I'm thinking about maybe trading this very, very lightly.
Okay. Real good. I guess we should kind of go over some of the numbers here. What's going on with GameStop? Couple of things. So first of all, GameStop EPS 12-cent loss misses the 9-cent loss estimates. The loss was a little bit bigger than anticipated there. Sales 881 million versus the 995 million estimate. So a miss on the top and bottom line here for GameStop. Also had a newsprint here. GameStop plans to sell up to 75 million shares of common stock in addition to the 45 million shares that they filed for on May 17th. So cash position growing pretty big here on GameStop. I was looking around Twitter earlier today, just trying to keep an open mind about all of this. Saw some rumors floating that, maybe this is going to turn into a different type of stock, right? And maybe not just a video game retailer, but with all this cash on the balance sheet, maybe they buy something else. I think that it was Scaramucci on Twitter that yesterday said they should buy Bitcoin with some of the cash that they have. I don't know how serious he is with that or anything like that, but just saw some of those things floating around, kind of thinking about that, wondering if that's going to affect the trade here today. But that's what's going on with GameStop. Poor earnings, miss on the bottom and top line, and an offering. Stock down 18% here, but I am pretty confident in saying this is not the end of the story here for today. By the way, here it does look like in the pre-market GME kind of basing here, so we'll see if we get one of those pops right off the open.
35 was 35.06 specifically was the bottom tick I have here in pre-market, but 35 seems like a pretty solid number. So we'll see what happens with that.
Okay, there you go. Currently at 38. So for a potential trade plan, it looks like you got some pretty good risk to reward in your favor. Even if we look at the range from the pre-market today, you got a 35 downside, potential $60 upside. Giddy up. That's the makings of a pretty good trade in terms of the risk parameters here. So, yeah. All right, I'm curious to know from the chat how you guys are approaching GME today. Looks like a couple of you already offering some opinions here. I absolutely love that. Lion Atlas saying I am short on GME. ADW Texas saying I can't short GME, so I can't buy it until it bottoms out. So I can appreciate this a lot. When this GameStop stuff first happened, I would say to myself, well, this has got to come back in. This doesn't make any sense, blah, blah, blah. Now that I've seen enough of this, I know I've seen almost anything here is possible. And I'm with you, ADW. I don't feel comfortable shorting this name. Are you kidding me? This thing could rip 40 points in my face in a matter of minutes. So I like your strategy here of maybe waiting for a tradable bottom, which maybe we're at or close to. And see if we get a trade that way. So I'm with you there. Appreciate all of you guys sharing what you're doing here. Again, would love to hear how you folks are actually trading this when the market opens. Carmen says, you know what? I'm not even looking at it. I don't even care about all this. I got other stuff that I'm going to trade. I'm not even going to look. Okay. Real good stuff there. Real good stuff there. Let's go ahead and talk. I know we got 10 minutes till we open up here. Let's roll through the movers list so we're prepared for everything that's going on. I'm sure we're going to come back to GME. By the way, I'm going to flip over to GME when the market actually opens here. We're going to be using Trade the Pool here to execute trades. So again, Trade the Pool, best prop firm out there. If you need help getting over that 25K day trading threshold or simply need some more dry powder, check them out. They also have that trading competition starting on Monday. So if that is your jam, definitely go ahead and check out Trade the Pool. Link in the description below. Okay. Leo from Twitter saying buy now at the dip. So it looks like Leo here from Twitter buying the dip here on GME. We'll see.
It's not a bad spot. I mean,
it really isn't. It really isn't. And the price action's kind of saying that too. And like I said, 13, if you had asked me this years ago, I'd have been like, this is junk. You can't buy this. But I've seen too much now. That anything here is possible, and we're going to do the best we can, keep an open mind.
I don't see the value in the company, but I see the value in trading it just every day only. And maybe even for a swing. I don't see investment grade value in this. It's just a great trading vehicle. That's the way I'm looking at this.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and check out the movers here. We'll roll through some of the other stuff. We actually do have another stock that is on watch here today. It's going to be Vero. I'll start with the news tab here since I'm already on it. This is ticker VERO, Victor Echo Romeo Oscar. This had a news print yesterday. I had a PR here yesterday morning prior to the open. Venus Concept regains compliance with NASDAQ's minimum equity requirement. So, okay, so the stock was under $1. Now it got a notice here. Its stock was actually 50 cents. Yesterday, we popped up in the pre-market, yesterday in the after hours, we actually popped above 2. We had a gentleman live trading this with us on happy hour, which was kind of cool. And so far, we've actually held those gains into today. Volume looks bigger today than it did yesterday. So this definitely has the possibility of really kind of falling out, especially if it snaps that VWAP on volume and then snaps this low here of the pre-market. But volume huge here, big move here, stock up 172%. This one likely to be on deck here for today. 13, you got anything on this one?
Just the regaining compliance. They have a 4.1 million share float. The interesting thing about this is that we have traded this before, and I think it was back in February when we traded this, because I've been I put levels in this before. Levels that I put in were 165 and 230, but we're nowhere near there at the moment. Well, I'm sorry, we are. I'm looking at an older chart. But yeah, so we're close to that 165 level. Actually, sorry. So I guess that 230 would be the next upside target. Now we do have consolidation in between those two price levels, so I'd be looking to see what happens once we get above 165.
Okay, so Vero here on deck for sure. We'll see. Next here is going to be Leafly Holdings. This is ticker LFLY. Lima Foxtrot Lima Yankee. There you go. This actually popped above 3. Had a nice little volume push here today. We are still above the VWAP. I don't see really any new news here. It looks like we've got some Form 4s yesterday. I guess we can go ahead and check and see what those insiders are. Looked like those are just grants from yesterday. Stock's up 40% here. You guys got anything here on Leafly Holdings?
I have no news. They have a 2.14 million share float. That's really the only big data points I have on that one.
So we'll watch this one. We'll see if this gives us a trade here. I don't see a whole lot going on here. Next is going to be GERN, ticker GERN. This is Golf Echo Romeo November. This actually popped as high as 6, came all the way back into 450, made another run to 550, came back to 450, and now it's trying the VWAP here at 490. GERN shares trading higher following FDA approval of one of its drugs here. Didn't go into this one with all the other stuff going on, but sure seems like this is setting up for a potential trade here today. You guys got anything on GERN?
The problem with GERN is that they have a 589 million share float. So when we have large floats like this, they're not going to move like some of these other quick ones that we're talking about, like Vero and LFLY. Still, it is kind of setting up a interesting pattern. If we can trade up to I guess we'll say over the $5 handle, that could be a potential breakout spot based on the way that the highs have been kind of getting lower. If you draw a trend line from the high this morning at 611 down through the high at 720, which was what was this, about 550. You can see that that's a trend line that the price is trying to recapture and break over. So I would be looking for that. Well, we're actually leaking right now, but I'd be looking for a break over that in order for to see more upside. But the fact that this has such a large float, I'm not sure that this is going to really provide as many trades as we'd like.
Yeah, and actually, as we're speaking here, GERN kind of falling out of that position there. So we'll see. Okay.
SDF, you're going to turn that aircraft carrier? That's kind of how I feel with these really large float companies that move in the morning and then kind of slow down later.
A couple of things here real quick. Leo, again, regarding GME, saw a tweet saying there was 70 million in options bought for August as well. Plus, Roaring Kitty's birthday is tomorrow. That's news to me. I wouldn't even know how to confirm that. And with the live stream, just figured, why not try this dip? Hey, look, we're in the business of allocating risk and trying to make some money off of it. I totally get that. Jay Rice, Ryan, nice on Chewy. Hope you trimmed. I did. Remember, I trimmed just under a third of that position on one of those push-ups. I've actually already paid myself. And frankly, at the close yesterday, I was up over 100%. I was actually trying to sell a second tranche. I was on the offer, but it never filled. Looks like Chewy's coming in a little bit early, but that's okay. I'm still up quite a bit on that and have already booked some gains on the way up. Good morning, Sally. Great to see you again. D, asking for FFIE. Is that even moving here today? I think we've got a couple more to go over here on the movers tool, but we'll take a look. Okay, so FFIE, indeed, this traded all the way up to 80 cents yesterday in the after hours. Did we have any news that was driving that?
No, I think that it's going to just run with the meme stocks. We're going to see meme stocks move
CPO
around.
post on X. FF completes production and testing of its 12th FF 9120 set to deliver retail and investor a heartfelt thank you. So it looks like there was a post yesterday afternoon. Maybe that's what's driving it. Doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot there though. 13.
It doesn't, because that was when the session was still, we were still live in the regular session, so we would have moved off of that. I think that would be, in my opinion, that's a little bit more old news. That's not really driving this. It might help, gotcha. But I think we're seeing the movement from GME and the meme stocks moving around.
Okay,
that's what I think this is.
There you go on FFIE. Next here we've got VS. This is Versus Systems. This popped as high as 350, but boy, it looks like some pretty poor trading after that. This one actually might already be done. We did see one of these stocks the other day where it looked like it had a really tough pre-market and then ended up giving a trade in the regular session. So I guess let's wait for this to base, really kind of bottom out here, see if it recaptures two. That would be the first thing here on ticker VS. Another one that I have here is BCDA. This is BioCardia. This popped as high as 750, has come almost all the way back in, almost a complete round trip here in the morning, back down to 475. I think we did have some news on this. Announces United States patent insurance on one of its delivery of cell aggregates to the heart, including minimally invasive radial artery approach. So it seems like a pretty good PR there. Market not loving it. Big pop, big drop. We'll see if BioCardia sets up for us. Andy or 13, do you guys have anything on any of these smaller stocks? I know we've got a lot going on today.
BCD has a very small float. Sorry, go ahead, Andy.
Well, I picked up some Leafly and sitting in profit in that, and I'm watching this Gurn because it's too fun to leave right now, Ryan. This thing is a popcorn moment. See how far I can drop.
Okay, awesome. So we've got two of these movers. Andy, you're already hitting it. You love to see that. That is absolutely awesome. Last stock on this list I wanted to cover before we flip over, I know we're running out of time here, is going to be Lyft. Lyft shares trading higher after Bank of America Securities upgraded the stock from underperform to buy and raised its price target from 15 to 20. Going to go ahead and give a one up to our chat here, in particular, Jay Rice, who has been on Lyft for some time here. Several really good trades here on Lyft. This getting another rating here from Bank of America. Looks pretty decent on the chart here. So Lyft, maybe we'll have another opportunity on that here today. All right. What else do you folks want to take a look at? We got through the whole list. We've got less than a minute till we open here, right? 30 seconds until we open. I'm going to flip over to my scanner here. And let's see. Oh, where is that? Where is my main work? So go ahead, 13.
Bitcoin had a big old drop off that jobs print, and now it's rebounding off of 70,640. If it can break through 71,500, I think we'll see some more momentum in Bitcoin as well.
Yeah, and one more thing, after that jobs report, we actually had the VIX pop into a 13 handle. That's kind of backed off that handle down here at 1283. So, all right, we're open. Let's see what we can get here today. Let me flip over to trade the pool. We'll go ahead and execute some trades, folks. Happy Friday to everybody out there.
All right,
let me fix this up here. There we go. There we go.
What are we doing? GameStop, kind of figuring out what to do at around this 3750 handle.
Going to kind of watch GameStop out of the gate here. That and Vero I'm most interested in here. Andy, we're really curious to see what happens on LeafFly too. LFLY. That's actually pushing higher here, Andy. Where's your sell zone?
Basically, Ryan, I was just going to do that and just took profit.
Order filled. We heard it too. That is awesome. That is the good old trade station. Here we go on LFly. Let's take a look at GME.
Yeah, I think for me, if we can run up to VWAP, I might jump out with what I have and then wait for the next trade to set up.
Okay. Looks like we're getting a bounce here in GME. It's trying to figure out where it's going to go. Yeah. Whoa, that was a little bit of a pull there, wasn't it? Indeed, it was down to a 37.5.
VERO,
And GME, my ladder can't even keep up with the price change here in GME. That is, I guess kind of normal there. By the way, here, Jay, this is one of the things I wanted to see here. You had talked about Chewy a little bit here. Weak in the pre-market along with that print here, but nice strength out of the open here. This thing, let's see if this can go above 24. Might actually look into lightning a little bit more. Another tranche here today. Still have a good amount of that position. In fact, I think I still have 70% of that position.
Ryan, can you throw up a chart of Globe Life? We're getting another report here. This is from Viceroy. This just crossing a wire saying Globe Life can't seem to quit. It's clear that Globe Life and American Income Life have no interest in vetting their existing agents, let alone ensuring that those who are submitting fraudulent policies and sexually assaulting other agents are no longer involved with the company. Not only is this a complete failure of governance, it's further proof of the at all cost sell structure at American Income Life. That's on Globe Life. That comes on the back of a Bear Cave research report yesterday.
I was just going to say, and Nick, if you recall, the last time that we had a short report on GL, it gave an amazing buy opportunity. A number of people from this community on its own really printing. Say that again.
GME halted.
Okay, so let's take a look. Well, I'll go ahead and finish my Globe Life here after we take a look at GME. This halted to the upside, 39.60. Boy, this was all over the place. 2-point range here in what feels like the last minute. This, to me, sure looks like this is going to VWAP here out of this halt. We have already started with the GME craziness here today, folks. Let's get it. 13, what was your buy price on this?
On GME, yeah. I am in at 37.50.
30, okay, and look at that, dude. That is exactly the level that this thing looked like it was basing at. Awesome entry there. Awesome job waiting for your price. We'll see what happens. This should be, what, a 10-minute halt? Correct me if I'm wrong here. 10-minute halt, I believe, on GME. Unless, let's see, trading halt. Yeah, this looks like, oh, wait a sec. GME trading halt, reason not available. So we'll see. We'll see if that is, in fact, a 10-minute halt here. GME halted to the upside. Big buying candle there. Let's get back to Globe Life. The reason that this is important, Nick, I'm really glad that you brought this up because, like I said, the last time that we had a short report, that was this candle here on the daily. We dropped from, what, 110 or 108 all the way down to, like, what, the 39 was the low print there. Wild. We are actually trading this in a high 50 and 60 handle. A lot of options bought in this. It'll be interesting to see if Globe Life gives us another opportunity here, or if maybe the short reporters are finally getting it right.
The whole report's about 8 pages long.
Okay, GL, interesting stuff. This morning has already been interesting.
Vero might be turning around here, looking to see if that's what's happening.
I'm going to see if I see anything interesting on the Twitter streets regarding GME. Nothing yet. Apple at the highs, by the way. Tesla at the highs after yesterday.
Gurn looks like it's trying to turn around as well.
Vero, by the way, back to its VWAP here. It's actually trying to get over that. It'll be interesting to see if it has the strength to get over that.
Yeah, it looks like if get back over 165 like it was trading over in the pre-market, that would imply that there would be more upside ahead. Not really seeing the
VS,
Bitcoin names.
Sorry, I was just going to say, sorry, VS is on the scanner. Maybe this did bottom here. We talked about this, retracing a big portion of its move. But got about just over 40 cents to VWAP, so a potential move back to VWAP here. Not a terrible trade. Yeah, Lion, that's why I'm bringing that up. That Fuzzy Panda short report ended up paying. We'll see if we get another opportunity here. Curious to know how you're trading it. I think you said you were waiting for it to shake out yesterday, and then you were going to look into some options. FFIE, good call here, Bex. This pushing off of that VWAP here. That penny stock du jour, it seems. Gurn at its VWAP too. So we're still waiting on these two at their VWAP. How are you doing over there, Andy?
Just took profit in Gurn, took profit in TPHS, I believe. You already know about Leafly, and I think, what is it? VERO is the only one I'm still hanging on to here.
Okay, so man, you're all over the place. Multiple trades here on stocks that are penny stocks and regular stocks. Nice job. And we're going to give you registering out of the gate here, my dude.
Yeah, so far a great day.
Yeah. That's
wow,
awesome stuff.
I know I should have done something about this, but WISA, WISA, had a big pop out the gate, and this looks like it's might get moving here if it can get over 282.
And remember, we had a pretty big run in WISA yesterday. That actually started while we were on the show here. Great expanding volume move there on WISA. Yeah, Bitcoin is still on its march back towards those highs here, 13.
Yeah, let's see here with Bitcoin. Yeah, because that peak that we got yesterday in the afternoon at about 71,500. I want to see that get taken out in order to feel good about Bitcoin going higher. If we get rejected at that level, then I don't think I'd want to take some of those Bitcoin name trades.
Gotcha. Vero could not get above its VWAP, so we're still waiting to see if the sentiment changes here on VWAP.
And unfortunately, Ryan, how you said that you would not be comfortable shorting GameStop where it's at. I'm kind of feeling the same way about going long the market right now.
Yeah. So my thought here with GameStop is that it can do whatever it wants, right? Like I'm trying to make sense out of something that I don't think I can make sense out of. And as a result, I'm not going to expose myself to unlimited risk in that situation. Now, to your point about the market here, Andy, I totally see where you're at. We did try to bounce here, but we were really unable to retake what looks like 534 there. And at what I was saying here in the open, Joel, one of the things that Joel was saying before he signed off pre-market prep, he thinks even if we bounce back here, we might not take out that pre-market high 536. Andy, I'd be with you here. I wouldn't feel good about buying the market here today either.
Yeah, it's a little precarious.
GME is open, folks. So that looks like that was just a 10-minute halt. That's going higher. We're going to the VWAP here. GME 4150 right now.
And 42 looks like it's got a bit of size there.
And they're taking it.
And
boy, they're taking it. Goodbye.
There's one trade there.
Great job on that 13. We're going to give you a register ring too. GME right back to the VWAP. That little curl there, man, as soon as it halted, went there. I got 4410 as my VWAP on Thinkorswim, and I think we're at the VWAP here on Trade the Pool. Giddy up.
Yeah, if this starts to come back in a bit, I think it's going to set up to move higher. So I'm just waiting at this point.
4350 on deck now. Stopped there. They took a little bit of the size. Dustin saying, isn't there a Roaring Kitty podcast at 10 a.m.? Dustin, it is at 12 p.m. Eastern. We run off Eastern time here on that show. You might be out west and it might be at 10 a.m., but it is at 12 noon Eastern. This is anticipation of that, no doubt, but I'm not sure anyone even knows what the content of that webinar is going to be. We had a gentleman earlier saying it's his birthday tomorrow, so maybe there'll be a bunch of fun and goofiness. By the way, GME going to be halted right here, 4401. If this holds, looks like it did. GME second halt of the day right here.
All right. Let's see if we get some sellers to come in and pull this down a bit. I mean, I don't want the trade to be over, but I want a little bit more weakness to get in at a good price and have this go up again. Just waiting patiently for the trades to set up in this one. I don't want to get caught on the wrong side of it.
Nope, no reason to get caught. We're going to have plenty of time to do that stuff here today.
Gurn moving up a little bit more, still coming up to that trend line we were talking about and made with pre-market.
Hey, and Alyssa, big shouts to Alyssa confirming that his birthday is tomorrow. So Alyssa, appreciate that news break there. Roaring Kitty's birthday is in fact tomorrow. He'll be 38.
He's a young man.
He doesn't look 38. He looks younger than that. Good for him. Tips. Let's go, Alyssa. Let's go. Chewy getting a mention here. Chewy trying to test 24. Look, here's the thing about Chewy. And again, one of the reasons why this was a swing trade when I took it is because if you look back to this daily, like something changed here on Chewy. This stock has been in a downtrend all year. In fact, for longer than just this year. But this earnings print, something changed. The volume tells you that. The price candle tells you that. We made a great little island here. We punched above a bunch of moving averages. We actually pulled back off that stick and then went higher. This stock is strong. So even with the market being down here today, Chewy actually up almost 1%. We just popped above 24. Here we go. Someone give me the Joker. Someone give me that Joker meme GIF thing of here we go. That's what we need right now. See what Vero's doing. Sorry, go ahead.
Wissa's doing well, and Zim is actually also having a quite a morning. Apparently, going under 19, it doesn't look like that's what owners of Zim are really wanting to see. So yesterday we got a bunch of buyers once we dipped under 19. Same thing with pre-market. I went under 19, that got back up. So 19 is a support level, it seems. Now, I don't know what the upside target would be, but we're coming up to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, and I have that at just under 20, so at 1996. So maybe we'll see a bit of a pull there before we try to push higher.
AMC halted to the upside here on AMC. Real quick, a number of good comments here, Sally. Roaring Kitty bathes in money. Not sure how clean you actually get for that. I've never bathed in money myself.
And he's purring kitty.
What's that?
But then he's purring kitty.
But then he's purring kitty when he's got all the money there. Jay Rice saying, Chewy, 100% correct. Earnings change the character. So here's one of the other things that I kind of want to discuss about this real quick. You will often, if you've seen me present in other formats, you have often heard me say, trade things that you know. And what Jay is talking about here about the change in character, one of the reasons that I was able to time that so well is just simply because I know the company. I use the company. Even if I don't have a position, I'm constantly checking on the stock. I talk to other people who like the company and use the product to affirm my own experiences. So I actually felt really confident that when I saw this, I knew what was going on. That gave me confidence to enter the trade. So nothing necessarily specific about price levels there. But if you're familiar with the business and if you're familiar with the stock, you're probably going to make better decisions. And that's exactly what happened to me here on Chewy, Jay. Okay, let's see what else are you folks taking a look at. Let's take a look at some of the other ones that we had on the list here. BCDA is going to be one of those. Oh my God, look at this. This popped, dropped, and halted to the downside now. Yikes, BCDA. Wow. TPHS, Andy, this is one of the penny stocks that you had earlier. Looks like this is going back towards the highs here.
I don't ever cry over missed gains, Ryan, but yeah, I'm just glad to book some gains in that, you know.
STFU says, we know, Ryan, you love Lululemon yoga pants. You wear them all the time. We get it. Hide your wife, STFU. Hide your wife, baby. That's what you get. So, TPHS towards the highs.
Look at Gurn. It got up to that trend line and reversed at it. So that would have been a pretty good trade. I just don't want to trade something that's got such a large float. I had no idea when how much it would move. But Gurn, that was a really good setup. That was the
trend line. You literally gave that to us in the pre-market, by the way. I want to point that out.
So the next step is to see if it can get support from VWAP, and if it does, then it might end up breaking out of this thing. I think the next move that you want to wait for in Gurn is to see that trend line break. Not sure when that's going to happen. Might be a matter of minutes.
GME is open and we are higher. GME 47 test coming right here, right through 47, provided no resistance for it, went right through that here. Now we're going for 48. Boy, things happen fast in this name, folks.
Let's see what happens when the price gets to 51.80. I think because if you look at that pre-market action, that seems to have been we could even call it 53, 51.80 to 53. There's some resistance up in there.
Here we go. That actually, GME actually pulled back a little bit in that stick and then bang, right back to the highs here. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier, folks. GME can do whatever it wants. Roaring Kitty is not live. No new news is being broken. This is just anticipation. Look what the stock can do.
Vero is halted now.
Yeah.
I just took profit in GME as well.
Oh, nice.
Very halted to the downside, by the way. Rejection right at that VWAP. Andy, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that on GME.
Oh, just took profit in GME. Pretty nice one on that one.
Yeah, nice one is right. And actually, your timing pretty damn good there, Andy. That thing pulled back right away.
GME was pulling back. It looked like it was about to halt there in a second, but it's still going.
Let's see what happens when this comes back to the VWAP. Low 44 handle right now.
This might be the opportunity here. That might be the opportunity. We'll have to see.
Well.
And Bitcoin still pushing through. Okay, so it pushed through that level of 71,500. Let's see if it can hold there, because if it does, then I think that bodes well for the Bitcoin names, which are actually ripping right now.
Okay, I was going to say that was loading up there, but no halt. This actually has a seller pushing it down on GME. Let's see if we get to that VWAP. Got that at 43.20, it looks like. 44.03. There's some big size. That size is following the ticks down here, GME. 44 is the actual VWAP that I've got in Thinkorswim. It's right there. Actually went right through it. It's going to halt here if it holds here. 43.83 is a halt level.
All right.
I'm not going to make the early call until I know it's halted. I've been punished for doing that. GME halted, third halt of the day. This one to the downside, right above the VWAP. This an interesting one. What is this going to do when it opens? That to me is interesting.
It is interesting. Looks like it's got potential. I'll just say that it's got potential.
Jay Rice mentioning grab some VRT on this. This is Verti Holdings. Nice little bounce here, Jay. What's the thesis here on VRT? Let me pull that up here in Pro. Actually, it looks like you nailed the bottom on that, Jay. It looks like that pullback to VWAP was a great entry on this one.
Look at Wissa go.
Yeah, I don't see any news there on VRT. Let's take a look at AMC. That's open here. That's pulling back now too.
Yeah, just book some profit just before you started talking there. AMC as well.
Market trying to hold in here. 533.
Yeah, that was a big recovery from the market.
Nick, any new headlines cross the wire since we started this shenanigans with GME? Is it kind of quiet on the Western Front there?
Just kind of quiet. I'm looking around, not seeing anything yet.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see what happens when the SPY.
I'm sorry, 13. I'm there's like a million things going through my mind. VRT, you told us about this, Jay. That's right. Data center cooling. I think we actually talked about this the first time when we talked about some of those data center plays. Down from 110, by the way, VRT down here, in an 80 handle, almost 90. You guys almost scared me out of my Chewy short. That is not the intention here. That is not the intention here. But pretty nice timing, though, by the way. Chewy, after that initial move up, kind of rolled over to the VWAP here. I still like where this is holding in here, though. It's what makes the market, baby.
Looks like Gurn's trying to push up through that trend line.
Mobilize strong here. Bull flag above its VWAP. Going to Gurn, 13.
It's trying to hold that VWAP. Doing well so far. Just, large float, so it doesn't move around like these other ones do.
Elon mentioning Docu, they reported earnings last night, didn't they? Indeed, DocuSign actually making another leg lower here today post those earnings.
Yeah, that was their worst sales beat they've ever had.
Yeah.
It kind of sets up their next quarter, being how close to in line they guided. It sets it up to where they could end up having their first miss. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but because of how close the guide was and how their sales. The reporting on their sales has been consistently dropping. It kind of is heading in that direction where they could have a negative quarter.
And remember, one of the things that we were talking about when we talked about DocuSign's earnings print yesterday, this was a beat on the top and the bottom line, a guide lower though. And then they also announced a buyback for $1 billion. If they didn't have that buyback, 13, weren't you saying they didn't have that buyback announced yesterday? This thing would be much lower than it is here today.
I think so too. That helped keep it from going much, much lower.
Jay's Life, good morning. Mentioning AMD here. AMD is strong. We actually haven't even checked on NVIDIA. Remember, NVIDIA splits after today, folks. This thing has been running into the split. That split will be reflected on Monday morning when we show up to work.
Zim over 20.
Wissa bull flagging here above that's VWAP. Chewy trying to retake its VWAP as we speak. Scanner's pretty dry today. Jonathan, I'm seeing the same thing. The only thing I'm seeing on the scanner here is the stuff that Andy already made bank on. So it looks like Andy's faster than my scanner. TPHS, this is the last time we talked about this, was at the pre-market high. This actually popped through it here.
Barely about to become a penny stock again? Yeah, probably.
Andy, you got anything new on your positions going on?
No, Ryan, just watching the market really closely now.
SPY is bouncing here, 534 on that SPY.
Bitcoin just, causing the names to really go here. CLSK just ripping right now. I haven't looked at the other ones.
CLSK, power move on expanding volume there. Good stuff.
I mean, guys, Ryan and
Yes.
13 and Andy, 40,000 people are now currently waiting for the Roaring Kitty YouTube live stream to start. This number has significantly gone up. There were people in the chat last night waiting, like since this live stream started. I don't think they've exited the tab. Literally, that number continues to go up. We're at 40,057 right now.
That makes sense to me because a lot of those people probably mine Bitcoin on that machine and they just got into the stream and left the computer on. That's my guess. Seems unhealthy. I would agree with that too. By the way, GME open and now moving below its VWAP here. Qs went green. Perfect. What do we talk about? The market wouldn't be surprised if it closed green here today. Qs already green. Thanks, Jay.
Right now in the market, I got a 65 rejection here on the futures that I'm looking for.
Okay, so you're looking for some more downside here off this pop. Let us know if you enter that, all right, Andy? PLTR looks like it's about to pop. We talked about this one a lot yesterday. Palantir.
Yeah, CLSK is big move in that one. That's through the highs of yesterday.
Carvana on my scanner now. Carvana ripping to the highs here. Remember, this was a high short interest play for as long as I can remember, to be quite honest with you.
There's some folks in here that have been on Carvana all week. And so congratulations to you guys, because this has been great this week, all week.
Yeah, Carvana here. And actually, I've got this. The last reading here, this was at the end of May. We're actually not due for another update until next week. 26% of its float shorted on Carvana, 3.2 days to cover. That has come in significantly from the last time. This was a stock that was above 60% for the longest time. Taha saying that 36 is the entry point for GME. GME here going towards a 40 handle on this pullback. Let's see where GME ends up settling here. Remember, all of this in anticipation of the Roaring Kitty stream. That is not started yet, as Nick just let us know. 40K people waiting for that to start. Where's the bounce spot here in GME, guys? 40? Round number, 10 cents away?
Maybe. I mean, in pre-market, you were getting some support at that level before it fell through it and found 35 as the stronger support. I really can't say.
MAIA here, another little stock. This actually looking pretty good. Some size there at 419. Robinhood bouncing off its pre-market weakness. SPY still holding that 534 spot.
Yeah, it looks like things are starting to come in a little bit here.
FFIE still holding its flag. This looks like it's trying to pop 75 cents.
13 says maybe.
Speaking of a bounce spot, Ryan, I don't want nobody to follow me, but I just bought some more GME here.
Uh-oh. So we are trying to take a bounce play here at 40 GME.
It looks like it's trying to halt. Oh, there it goes. It halted.
So here we go. I will say, though, so GME halted. This is the fourth halt. Technically, this is a downside halt. But to be quite honest, this selling in like this recent halt here really kind of slowed down. I'm not confident in saying that this is going to open lower. Not yet, anyway. I guess that doesn't really matter. It's going to open in a few minutes.
Wait and see.
Wait and see. Seeing some hood calls come across the tape here. Hood, we just took a look at that recovery here. Seeing some $25 calls getting bought here. Excuse me.
Let's see. How's Reddit doing?
Jay's Life says GME 35 is the support here. 37.50, I think, is the first one here. Maybe we do get some at 35. What does that line up with yesterday? Yeah, you're right, Jay. That was the top end of the consolidation area from, that's right where we really started to take off. That 35 handle is really where this started to expand yesterday.
So Reddit might be interesting here.
Oh, Reddit.
It's getting support from the 65 EMA on the 5-minute. It looks like it wants to. Hold on a second. I have Reddit up, but it's giving me a different chart. Hold on a second here.
Let's take a look at L-Fly. L-Fly, by the way, looks like that was rejected off that attempt to go for the highs. We're actually beneath VWAP here. This one might break down here. Careful on this one.
Sorry, I just have to refresh my chart. I don't know why I was getting a different ticker on my chart.
You just got to shake the gremlins out. I found that if you take your computer and you hold it upside down and shake it a few times, it generally resolves that. Just kidding.
All right. Where's VWAP at? I mean, Reddit looks like it might reverse here, and if it doesn't, probably going to fall down into the 61 handle.
Look at BCDA. Bloodbath. You're right, Carm. Just an absolute bloodbath on this. Jay here saying, GME, this is the problem. If I was in this, I would be watching every tick and not paying attention to a bunch of other names. I can absolutely relate to that. One thing I will say here is this is another reason why I much appreciate swing trading as the primary method of trading, because I don't feel as if I have to watch every tick. And then that way, if I step outside of what I normally do to trade something like a GME where I really have to focus in, I'm actually not sacrificing the other trading that I'm doing. Can also use alerts to really kind of help with that.
Speaking of, I think you guys were just talking about me.
I mean, I haven't been taking GME off my screen when I'm in it, but it's halted right now, so I can do that. Everything is kind of pulling in.
So, Ryan, I decided to take the market short, and I decided to cut that with only a little bit of profit because I'm just not feeling as confident as I was.
It doesn't look like it's going to break down. It's kind of slow in here, but it's not flashing a breakdown sign, Andy. So I get that.
So the SPY traded up into the supply zone from pre-market, and now it looks like it's getting weak. So let's see if it rolls over. I'd be looking for that 533.07 level to provide support.
Yeah, what we do to this in this upside move right here is what will make my decision for me on the market.
Looks like Gurn is still trying to get over that trend line. It's just slow mover, molasses mover.
I was going to say, guys, Citi is now changing their first Fed rate cut forecast to September from July.
So, I'm sorry, Nick. I was reading something else. Could you repeat that?
Yes, this just crossed the wire. Citi is changing their first Fed rate cut forecast to September from July.
Okay, so they're pushing it back, but they're still saying this year.
Yes.
Okay.
And Morgan Stanley is still keeping, even after the jobs report, Morgan Stanley is still keeping 3 cuts this year.
Okay. I don't think so. I'm not. I mean, look, those guys at Morgan Stanley are good. They do really good work. Use them before.
GME open.
GME is open. Here we go. Let's see if it bounces from right here. No, Bourne saying no way that happens. That was my reaction too. I was trying to be polite.
I appreciate it when everybody's polite.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to go through life. You see, Jay Rice, I appreciate this. Citi, 6 months ago, they said 6 cuts. Indeed. Okay.
GME bids are coming in.
They are coming in. I'm going to leave this up. I'll BRB 1 sec.
All right. So I guess the next stop here would be what? VWAP?
I'm in a little bit of profit here in GME, and I got VWAP above my position right now.
Yeah.
So you talking short?
Me? No. I'm just waiting for this thing to recover that downside that just happened before the halt. But I don't know that we're going to get back up to the what was that, like 48 that it got to. I'm looking for VWAP. And if it goes down, what are we looking at here? Still thinking the 35, 36 handles.
Looks like the market might consolidate a bit right here. Could be wrong, but after that move up, it looks like we might get some consolidation right here.
And the volume did kind of slow down a bit.
I would welcome some consolidation right now.
Yep. GME headed lower, so it might be 36 or 35. That's on deck here for that.
38.50 your current price. Sarah saying, I think GME is done. I cannot possibly get on board with that until Roaring Kitty comes on.
We're about to get another halt with GME.
Just went red for the first time here in GME.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't. Here we go.
It started to, and then it
them early calls, 13, them early calls, right? That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, the price action just kind of seizes up, and then all these orders start piling into that one price. Looks like the SPY is trying to recapture the 200 EMA. I'm sorry, the 200 SMA on the 5 minute. I have the SMAs on my my screen that I use for longer term, so sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm looking at a 200 EMA rejection potentially on the futures here.
Jay's Life saying GME down to 26 is a possible spot there. Sorry, whoever I cut off.
Oh, it's me. It's okay. Jonathan Cooper, big moves in gold and silver. Well, I guess with the that igniting inflation fears again, that's going to be the move. Let's see what GLD. God, what's the one that I like a whole bunch? It's a silver streamer. Wheaton.
Well, what's the ticker on Wheaton again?
I'm trying to think of what it is.
Oh, okay. Christoph is saying Kitty is selling. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if he starts his stream with, okay, now's the, I mean, I'm not even going to speculate. That's not fair for the guy, but can you imagine if that's what happens?
I just wanted to come on and thank everybody for participating. I'm out of my position. Have a great time.
End stream.
End stream. Oh, that'd be awful.
Wow, SPWR here. Big move off that VWAP. Veru was pretty much doing nothing, right? Yeah, that's just kind of trading back down into oblivion.
Yeah, just a lot of sideways action at the moment. AONC. This was moving yesterday. It's moving a bit today. Trying to get over the 200 EMA on the 5 minute. That's been rejecting it all morning. This is AONC. We traded this, I believe, yesterday.
DKNG looks like we might get a potential gap fill here. AONC. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. This actually setting up here. This is actually not a bad chart formation. This really needs volume, but not bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Ryan, can you throw up a chart of YEXT, ticker YEXT? Reuters is reporting that they're going to hire investment bankers to explore strategic alternatives, including a sale. It's now currently halted.
YEXT, this is actually open still. This was halted, though. You're right about that. YEXT, yeah, this just resumed as you were delivering that news here. So good breaking news here. YEXT going to the highs here on a potential sale. This actually went right to its 50-day. It's actually a little bit above that right now. 100-day at 574. YEXT. And you know, guys, for those of you guys that are taking, or I'm sorry, folks that are taking a look at FFIE, that is high here. That is at the highs here, or near the highs here. This backed off the after hours highs yesterday. But here's the thing. We've seen this particular stock, whether you like it or dislike it, we've seen this stock participate when meme stocks are moving around. So depending on what happens with this Roaring Kitty live stream here, FFIE might see movement from that. So if you're building a meme basket, this might be one of them. AMD is running. AMD actually breaking out of that high and tight flag it had intraday on that 3-minute. Gurn right under 5 here. Gurn actually tried to push away from its VWAP. This is not looking bad. Andy, were you in this one?
Gurn? Oh yeah, I was. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I took profit. I took profit.
Okay, you already booked. Got it.
Yeah, I was doubtful on that one, Ryan. I just decided, hey, it looks like a nice spot. Let's take it, and it worked.
Still curious to see if Gurn's going to actually break out of here. It's trying to trade up to that trend line, but it looks like there's a huge amount of orders it has to chew through at $5. So that's the issue with these large floats. Looks like GL is trying to break out, but it needs volume. That's a good pattern setup, though.
Yeah, let's bring up GL here. We wanted to see how. So it looks like this short report really didn't drive it down either. It's kind of ignoring that.
Is there an ETF for meme stocks? You know, there probably could be at some point. I don't know if that would get it. I don't know how that would work, though. You know, doesn't that have to, meet certain regulatory conditions?
Which one? Sorry, I was reading something off screen.
To make an ETF, a meme ETF of all the meme stocks.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's involved in creating an ETF, but a meme ETF would be juicy. That would be something we could trade every day, I feel like.
Yeah, GL and Gurn, those are the two that look like they're trying to push higher, but the volume just isn't great.
GME is open here. Sorry, 13.
No worries. We're seeing the same thing.
You don't say. It's trying to bounce here, by the way, GME.
Yep.
Jay here saying, disappointed in Bear Cave. They copied a short report on GL. So, Jay, are you saying that Bear Cave short report is basically a copy or a rehash of the Fuzzy Panda one? I haven't gone through it. I'm asking out of ignorance. GME so far holding this bounce here, 38.50. Thankfully, this gave my ladder time to catch up, at least tried to. And 37.50. But man, this is still all over the board here.
Oh my God. There goes AONC.
Let's take a look at that. Great call on this. And look at that formation, right? Broke right out of that on the expanding volume. Gosh, 13 should have taken this one. Good eyes on. You're going to get both. You're getting both.
Might see the same thing happen with GL. It's certainly setting up to have a similar movement.
Wisdom saying, Ryan, get a Lulu job designed for making golf pants great again. I don't have any myself, but I hear that the golf shorts that Lulu sells are excellent. Cannot confirm.
AONC just halted.
Indeed. 296, that halt spot there, Andy. AONC, that is the first halt of the day.
Wow.
How's Yext doing after that news that Nick gave us about a takeover here? So that came back into its VWAP, just kind of sitting there. Daniel, you want to take a look at Apple? Apple here looks like this is kind of just buying the dip here, right? Down in the pre-market, went green, pulled back. Looks like it's trying to do that again. It actually is green here still by about 0.25%.
I was going to say, don't forget WWDC Monday, I believe.
Yeah, Worldwide Developers Conference from Apple starts Monday. That's a good mention there, Nick. We'll see what they. And you know what? So I can't remember who was saying this. I apologize for not being able to cite this, but there was a discussion, someone in our community that was saying that, Apple doesn't like to release products unless they're perfect. And that might be what's going on with the delay in AI.
That was me.
That was you. Okay. I couldn't remember
Yesterday.
Who that was, Nick. Like I was saying, it was someone from our community here. Props, Nick. But to your point here, doesn't that make the WWDC a little bit more important? What if they start talking about a fully developed AI product at that conference?
Yeah, it's possible, but it's going to be interesting to see how many times they mention AI and what comes out of WWDC. If we have new iPhones coming in September, if we have a new software, I believe iOS 18 should be coming out relatively soon.
Okay.
Guys, watch ChatGPT, Microsoft. We're getting reports that they're experiencing elevated error rate impacting ChatGPT vision. They're investigating the issue currently.
Okay. So Skynet's not ready to take over yet. I booked that as good news. GME here going lower, 36.50 holding in here on GME. STFU, I love this comment. Lululemon golf pants, fun, breathable, and they make middle-aged men's butts look great. I could never wear them. The razzing I'd anticipate. Let me tell you something. As a pro tip here, get to a spot in life where you don't care about what everyone else is. If they're razzing you and you're comfy and you're shooting lower than them, that's just jealousy, my friend.
Already there, bro.
Wes, Lulu golf shorts are the best. Can't confirm. Wes doesn't give no dams about razzing.
So as you can see, I don't know if you guys can see, but I'm starting the mullet here, right? And the mustache. And I don't really care at all about the genes that make my butt look nice as a middle-aged man. But what I do care about is my arms are only half tan. So I started slicing my shirts up to go outside. That way I'm cooler and I get a little bit of a tan there.
So Andy, I got something to admit there. I make it a goal to walk anywhere between 3.5 and 5 miles per day just for general health. And in the summertime, when it gets really sunny here, I wear dry fit shirts that I did the exact same thing because I'm golfing so much and I'm wearing shirts just like this. I have the worst golfer's tan you ever saw. Worst farmer's tan with the sleeves you ever saw. So I get the workout shirts, I cut them off so I get the full arm to tan while I'm out there working out. I feel you on that one, man. GME, by the way, trying to bounce right here. This was the pre-market low.
Sarah told me that I need to stop wearing t-shirts. It's way hotter because she wears tank tops. And I'm like, no, I can't wear a tank top. I tried this whole sleeveless thing and I recommend it.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, GME, I'm still sitting a little red, but the profit I made today, that's not even going to touch it. So we're good.
GME's trying to hold 37 here. The thing about the GME price action right now is, to my eye here, it looks like it's trying to bounce. And the thing about that is that it's actually at a level where if it bounced from, it would make sense. Now, I hesitate to say that because every time I try to make sense out of the stock, I end up getting slapped. We'll see here if it can bounce, if it can kind of hold this level. The last time we saw this bounce, it actually looked like it was going to break down before the buyers really stepped in and took it higher. Like I said at the beginning, anything can happen here on GME.
Mag 7 not really strong today. They're all either close to being flat or red.
Goldman Sachs is red. That one I keep an eye on. How's JP Morgan doing? JP Morgan higher here.
Wisdom, are you sure you're not going to try any of those special leaves that you like? I'll let you read his comment in order for you to kind of catch up to what we're talking about.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. For heaven's sakes, Wisdom, bringing the comedic relief to our chat every single day. By the way, ODD, this is a stock I've never traded before. Oddity Tech. I'm almost afraid to ask what this is. But in any case, they reported earnings here today higher. And actually, we have a second move out of the gate here. So ODD, this still moving here. This actual gap and go setup that's working. Let me actually read a little bit about ODD here.
AOMC is open, popped up to 326. Still moving around. The Gurn trend line sort of rejected that price action, headed lower down to the 65 EMA on the 5-minute.
ODD higher here. Let's take a look at Gurn.
I was going to say, guys, watch Netflix. We just got reports that the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson boxing match rescheduled for November 15th.
So that was moved from July to November. It was ulcer concerns. Is that it?
I told you that we were getting that today. Remember?
Yep. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we learned last Friday, the 31st, that they would have to reschedule because of some health concerns. Because Tyson's recent ulcer flare up, and so we just learned from Netflix that it will be rescheduled to November 15th.
Okay, at least they're not canceling it.
No, hopefully that hopefully it doesn't get canceled. But
I mean, I want to see that. I want to see that. CDXC here, Chromadex Corporation. This actually had a pop and went higher here.
There were some videos that were put out about some video games that you can basically create your own character and simulate fights. They've done Jake Paul and Tyson fights, and the fight's over with one hit. It's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny. Like I said, I'm curious just for the comedic aspect of it. GME still trying to hold on to 37. The big action here seems like it's stopped, or I don't want to say stopped. It has paused here ahead of that Roaring Kitty. Remember, they also did an offering this morning.
So what time again is the Roaring Kitty thing?
Noon Eastern. Noon Eastern.
Looks like I got a bit to wait on that one. Huh?
Hey, you might go have a whole day before that happens. Looks like CLSK is trying to turn around, but Bitcoin needs to do the same first, I think.
Morning, Voodoo, Beach Bum, Mike. Morning, everybody.
Last time the market.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
I was just going to ask the group here: is anyone currently trading GME? And when I mean the group, I mean the chat, our community. But what were you going to say? I didn't mean to run you over.
Oh, I was just saying the last time the market did this, pulled back and reclaimed like this, it just kept on ripping. So, wonder if we'll get to see that again.
We might end up seeing that next week. That would be my guess. I don't think it's what you're saying is out of the ordinary because we've already seen that. But I think it might take an extra day.
Looks like we got a good mix in the chat here for those that are and are not trading GME. Boy, I'll tell you what, this stock does make a market. I'll tell you that much. And we've got Daryl here with the meme basket, GMC, AMC, FFIE, the entire basket getting traded here today.
You got KOSS, BB, and RDDT up in there too.
How is Cost doing? Cost actually reacted this morning. Interesting.
Yeah, it was a meme stock.
Yeah. No, it's carrying it through the meme world.
Okay, I'm trying to think of what other was it Big Lots or Big Five? That was the meme stock. I think it was Big Five.
It wasn't ticker big. That was what Gerald was trading all those times. Gerald, was this moving with the memes?
I thought Big Five Sporting Goods was moving when back in 21 when the memes were happening. Maybe I'm wrong.
So Joseph saying that count has now gone up to 49K people. Nick, when you reported this earlier, it was 40K, wasn't it? Up to 49K now.
Well, I was going to say on that note too, Roaring Kitty Billionaire by Friday, there's literally a site you can bet yes or no. 151,000.5 thousand people have bet. It's currently at a 9% chance that he'll be a billionaire by the end of today.
That's a pretty good chance. I mean, it's not high by any means, but it's 9% that you'll be a billionaire. Think about that possibility for a moment.
It's higher percent than I have, so I'm not gonna talk smack. I mean, good Lord.
Oh God, who's gonna not lose sleep over? I have a 9% chance of becoming a billionaire.
Only 9? Top, by the way, this moved yesterday. This is another one that has kind of moved with meme stocks in the past. This really kind of fell out here in the pre-market, although it is holding here from the open. And Joe telling us, I think based on your calculations, he becomes a billionaire if GME is at 60 a share. Well, it was over that earlier today. Aiden, reserve your caps for tickers only, please.
He probably ended up becoming a billionaire last night when it went over 65. That's where,
It was a
and
70,
right?
I think, in the pre-market or in
Did
the
it go to
after
70?
hours.
Oh, I
Or
thought
68. No, you're right. It was just shy of 70. You're right, 13.
Guys, overall market, S&P just trying to go green. Dow's up 60 points. We didn't get a record yesterday, but the amount of records we've had this year, I think we're going to break the all-time high, I hope, given this overall market sentiment. But just the overall sentiment, do you think that these targets are going to go up since we're about halfway through the year, like 5,400? These people that still have like 4,900, 5,000, do we expect more targets to go up to like 6,000?
I would say that if we see some meaningful pullback or correction, that could be possible. But I think we're already really extended, and to continue extending, just it makes me super nervous to even be in the market, because when we do correct, it'll be a much uglier correction than what we would get if we corrected now.
Yeah, I want to say no, Nick. And the reason I want to say no is because this I kind of go back to, Warren talking about having more cash on the sideline. I got to think that there's a lot of people, I know just some of the network that we talk to, a lot of people kind of waiting on the sidelines for a pullback here. Are analysts going to be, I feel like they're just going to jack their ratings. I don't know. I could see it. But I think we're going to get a meaningful pullback here. And I think the election is going to introduce some volatility to it that might make it hard to forecast those. I don't know.
Just remember, Bitcoin's going to definitely be an election year issue. We just had reports. We just had reports that Elon's going to be, kind of explaining and helping Trump understand what Bitcoin is. So that's definitely going to be getting pulled into the debate mix. I'm sure we'll hear lots about that. So and Bitcoin does have a pretty good chart to set up to go higher on a break of 72,000. I think you got to pay attention to Bitcoin. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You're bringing up a good point there, and I don't even think that it's specifically related to Trump. I think there's going to be other candidates that talk about this too. Remember, Vivek Ramaswamy talked about not wanting a central bank digital currency coin when he was still campaigning. So I would imagine that there are going to be multiple candidates that talk about this. 13, I think you're bang on. It's definitely Bitcoin is going to play or going to be an issue in this year's election. I think you're spot on for that.
And then on that point, because it's such an energy intensive endeavor, I think that we end up hearing more about electrical infrastructure and the need to build that out, especially with data centers too. So, keep some of these things in mind when we start to get into this, election cycle.
And that data center play has a lot of different kind of legs and tentacles where a lot of different trades can be made there. There's also a water angle to that data center play. I don't think that's going away no matter who wins. By the way, TPSH here, this another push to new highs here. This really good formation. Andy, I know that you were on this. You were the first one here on this today. This seems to be the penny stock du jour. Stock was what, 13 cents yesterday? Looking like we're going for 50 cents here.
Yeah, I think I was in at 22 cents or something like that, Ryan.
Man, oh man. 46 right there, TPSH. Vero looks like we finally popped a little bit here. Did we come off that bottom? Right back towards the VWAP there.
Wow, AONC had a huge series of knives.
Yep, and then took it below the VWAP, although it does look like it's slowing down here.
Mm-hmm. Maybe even reversing, but we'll see. Trade needs to set up again if I'm going to, try that one.
Maybe you do get a move through the VWAP there. Looking around here, Netflix at lows. Was that? Do you think that that's on the Jake Paul news? Was that on Netflix? I
would think so. I think that's one of the most hyped things that Netflix has, on the docket right now. That's all that really has been getting talked about. Because the only other, media, the streaming news that I've seen is just how much Disney Plus's Acolyte sucks.
Another thing, just regarding media, the Sunday ticket trial has started. So for any of you that have ordered the NFL Sunday ticket before, that trial is going to be important. Likely going to be a payout for that if they win. And that, I was subscribed to that for years and years, DirecTV and YouTube.
You're right, STFU. She doesn't deserve me.
I don't even know what you guys are referring to.
It's just read the chat. You'll see.
Okay. God. GME trying to bounce back above 35 here. We'll take a look at DocuSign. This chart looks like this is going to try and go higher here. Just a little bit worried after that, after those earnings yesterday.
It's getting new price targets lowered, lower, Baird lower, BofA Securities lower, RBC Capital lower, Piper Sandler lower.
Still maintaining their ratings though?
Yes.
Yeah, they're just adjusting price targets.
They're all maintaining. Yep. They're all maintaining holds and neutral.
Beyond Meat, this one also I think got some mention with the meme craze. See if this one ends up moving. Not really doing a whole lot here. Low volume too.
All right. Looks like GME is trying to recover here. See if that's what happens. All those names from this morning not really looking great at all. Gurn, pretty much flat.
GME could halt here to the upside, 36.91 if this holds. Not calling it yet. Lot of volume on the tape right there.
It is halted.
There it is. There's your halt. Halted to the upside. This is the 6th halt of the day. GME right under that 37 level. I'll tell you what, it defended 35 great there. Let me sorry, I was looking at it on a different screen. My apologies, folks. Defended 35 really, really well there. Let's see if this sets up for another move.
And when he's talking about defending 35, so we did see how the price got down to 34.11. That tends to kind of happen when downside momentum overshoots where the support is. I didn't see the price action, but I'm sure that we weren't down in the 34 handle for very long. Okay, CLSK, it's trying to make its way through this. These orders in the 17 handle, slow moving, but Bitcoin hasn't turned around yet, it seems.
What happened here on Braze, BRZE? Looks like this some sort of pop and drop. Was this earnings? Yeah, better than expected Q1 earnings and upbeat guidance. This pretty much round tripped. Ticker BRZE. I want to see a breakout of 39 there.
So I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but ever since the moment that I said that the market's I don't feel comfortable going long, I don't think it's given one nice bearish candle since. So
yeah, no, it hasn't. And it's really just kind of holding there at that 534.
Gurn looking even weaker.
WISA stopped at its VWAP. Let's take a look here at Gurn. Oh man, that broke away. That actually looks like more lows coming here.
Mm-hmm. That float's too big. It had good news too.
Yeah, it did.
Oh wow, CLSK with that breakout.
I actually took my Bitcoin chart off my screen.
And it wasn't even
yeah.
Bitcoin isn't really doing it. It's just it's more the stock individually that's having the movement. Because I'm not seeing. Well, I guess Riot's doing it a little bit too. Mara, kinda.
How's AMC doing with this GME movement? This isn't halted, is it? It doesn't look like it's really moving. Not really trading here. No, this is open.
Oh gosh, Neville, you're in full focus mode then. And yes, the halts are meant to take steam out. That's exactly what they're meant to do. Wow, CLSK it's going to push into new intraday highs.
I heard some people say that we should do away with shorts. I think maybe we could do away with halts.
Yeah.
Oh, Sarah here saying halts always seem to take some steam out. Yeah, but I think, isn't that the goal?
That's the whole point of halts. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with them. To me, it, generally speaking, tells me what to avoid, right? Because I'm not trying to necessarily be involved in something that's that volatile. I guess I don't really have a problem with them as long as they're working correctly. 23.23, Glenn. That's the spot on Chewy. We'll take a look at that here. That initial push, right out of the open here, that would have been pretty decent to lighten a little bit more on. This coming in here, we'll see if this breaks down. 60,000 people waiting for Roaring Kitty. Oh my God.
That's a little bit wild. Want to see what do.
Let's see. AONC right here at the VWAP. How's Yext holding up here? Just retrace the move and is kind of holding in there. How's GL doing after that short report? Not much of anything.
And CLSK, that was the setup, and that was that was a good one. And now Bitcoin's moving up. CLSK had a nice flag formation, and it just completely broke out of that and ripped to the new intraday highs.
Went ahead and grabbed some more Leafly here as well.
Okay. Looking for a potential bounce right here and move through 3 on Leafly.
Seems like a nice place to start a position, right? For me.
Okay. Yeah, I really wish I hadn't sold early out of CLSK.
CLSK, man. Mm-hmm. Big time move. You think we take 20 out on this move?
I'd say that's possible if Bitcoin can get up to 72,000 and break through it. I think that you'll definitely see 20.
This just kind of coiling here on the daily chart has been doing so since February on CLSK. That break, tell you what, that break out of there could be pretty good. Sally's saying here, the chat on Roaring Kitty looks like the GME's level 2 tape. Is it just a bunch of spam that you can't even make sense out of? That I can imagine.
Oh yeah, let's see. That was Jonathan Cooper. Yeah, Cypher doing a little bit better than CLSK, and it's cheaper. That's
ticker CIFR, right? Mm-hmm. GME is open again here. Let me take a look at CIFR, then we'll go back to GME here. Wow, that is pushing to the highs here. All right, let's see if we can get a VWAP reclaim move here. GME, we're currently at 36. That VWAP at 41 and change. That a nice little move back to the VWAP. That actually wouldn't be a bad trade here. Mm-hmm. GME stopped at 37.5. I'd say maybe watch that 35 level again if this continues to show weakness post halt.
Gosh, what Gary's saying about the chat and is moving so fast you can't read anything. I mean, go on Twitter and have your mind blown. That place is just insane. You can't when you type and post something, it's gone. It's long gone. It moves so fast sometimes.
GME holding.
Did I say Twitter or Twitch?
You said Twitter, and I was kind of puzzled.
Twitch, so I'm sorry. Twitch
and YouTube streams, those chats often look the same. That's why they have a subscriber mode to begin with. GME pulling back to this 36 level. We'll see if it holds 36 here. Nope, went right through it. There was a bid there, but they soaked it all up. 35.50 looks like it's coming now. Again, 35. Watch that level. We'll see if GME can kind of hold there. Looks like it's trying to retake 36 here. We'll see if it's got the strength to do that.
Looks like Reddit tried to turn around. Not able to recapture VWAP yet. Well, what are we looking at for trades here? Because so far, the only thing that seems to have been really good in the past 10 minutes or so is CLSK and Cypher.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of good new setups here, to be quite honest with you.
Guys, I do have some info regarding Apple's AI initiative. This is breaking from Bloomberg's Mark Gurman. He says Apple's AI initiative will be an opt-in, a beta, and require an iPhone 15 Pro or M1 device or newer. It's going to be called Apple Intelligence.
Interesting. Does it do they say what that product is going to do at all, Nick? And you know what else is interesting about that is that it requires The 15, that's what, a we're on the 16 now, right? Forgive me, I don't have an iPhone.
No, we're on the 15. A 16
Okay.
is supposed to be launched in September, is what reports are saying.
So it has to be at least the current model or newer model. So it looks like maybe there is kind of a push to the upgrade cycle kind of baked into that product.
Yes, and in his column that he wrote this morning, it says the AI features will account for about half of Apple's WWDC keynote presentation, which starts at 10 a.m. Pacific time and typically runs for roughly 2 hours. Some of the features may be ones that don't focus on AI, such as ones that make the iPhone more customizable and improve the Apple Watch. A company spokesperson declined to comment on the plans, but one of them is AI features. It's going to be powered by its own technology and tools from OpenAI. The service will either rely on a device processing or cloud-based computing, depending on the sophistication of the task at hand. The new operating systems will include an algorithm to determine which approach should be taken for any particular task.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Sounds like they could have used that when they were thinking up their headset.
Indeed. GME, by the way, so far defended that 36 level, not going back to that key 35 spot that we talked about here at GME.
Looks like Wessa found a bottom, is trying to turn around and retake VWAP. It's been rejected there several times, so I think a break over VWAP could get this going again.
Around here looks like Amazon curling back up towards the highs.
CLSK new highs. Same thing with Cypher. Man, oh man, these were good. And look at the SPY. SPY is now in the 535 handle.
What did I say at the beginning here? I wouldn't be surprised if we go green.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking for a green day too, just closing lower than yesterday's open.
And let's see the next level of note here, 536.27. That's going to be your pre-market high, still a full point above where we're at right now. So different person, your strategy on GME, you bought it right here. First of all, I got to say, given what we've seen here today, great job being patient and waiting for a better price. I'm thrilled to hear that you're buying it here in the 30s instead of in the 60s. And then your plan here is to sell when DFV, which is deep effing value, goes live. Now, is he joining the stream with Roaring Kitty? Are they the same person? Again, please, I'm asking out of ignorance.
Barrow looks like it's curling.
Does it? Yes, it does. Let's see if we can get to that VWAP. They're the same person. Okay, thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. Thank you.
CLSK just keeps on pushing up.
I think I saw something on CNBC that Keith Gill with Roaring Kitty used to work in compliance. Saw that this morning. I was half asleep, so perhaps I made a mistake, but I don't think so. So the argument was that he knows what you have to do to be compliant. So he's kind of pushing the envelope or pushing it to the edge of the envelope.
Well, I don't know what everybody's looking at right now, but it seems like a bit of sideways action across quite a bit of things here. Oh,
yeah, except for that SPY pop.
Yeah, that SPY is really. I mean, we've got new highs.
AMC looks like it's flirting with the VWAP. I guess that could produce a trade if that moves through it here.
Yeah, new highs in the SPY. Just barely.
Yeah, he was a compliance officer for a broker deal. Okay.
We are 9 cents higher. We made a new high by off 9 cents higher than the previous high from yesterday.
Look at AI. Look at the move in AI here today. Just vertical off that 29.20 level.
Yeah.
I decided to hop in the market short right now.
Okay, so right now, are you SPY futures? What are you doing there, Andy?
Futures.
Okay, so we're looking for a pullback off this vertical candle, I'm guessing.
That's what I'm looking for, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that I'm going to either have to stop out or be patient with this one.
Well, GameStop back in the 37 handle now. Let's see what happens here.
Glenn, Chewy's at that 23.23 right here. Here, I'll bring it up.
I like what Voodoo was saying about the tight ranges today. It could be a crapshoot. Let's just be patient. See what happens.
The day is young.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of things still coming up. And we got a couple of catalysts out of the way. We got that new fight announcement for the Tyson Paul fight. We got the jobs report. And we need Roaring Kitty. And I think there was one other thing that was intended.
The NVIDIA split effective Monday. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, that's been after the market closed. We get that split, and then the shares show up on Monday. Yeah.
Glenn, so far, Chewy holding that 23.23 level that you talked about. TPSH bull flag. That's the penny stock of the day, indeed. Bruce, that is bull flag, and right up here. Does this break for another move higher? Glenn, size at that 23.23 spot too. That was a really good call, man. One up. Apple at the highs right now. VIX crushed off that pop in the pre-market. We talked about the VIX being in a 13 handle after the print this morning. 1247 just melted from there.
Yeah, just not a whole lot of things materializing at the moment. Some stuff is, but I need some more setups. What are you guys looking at?
It's a Friday. I shouldn't be looking at anything anymore, I think.
And he's like, get me out to the ocean. Get me out to the ocean.
Anywhere. Alligators, snakes, something that's a little more nicer than this, Brian.
Andy might be the only guy on the set here rooting for an alligator encounter, but that's where we're at. Chewy, by the way, broke that 23.23.
536 handle now on SPY. We're breaking out of that trend line.
CLUE, look at this one. This is that China liberal education. This really pushing higher here. Let's see if this goes. We got 325 here. This has been a monster.
Hey guys, we're just getting reports that Citron Research's Andrew Left will actually be on CNBC's halftime report with Scott Wapner this afternoon to discuss the Roaring Kitty live stream and his GME short.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So, and that's right. He's still short a little bit there. Yeah. Uh-oh.
We've seen this movie before. Gosh, I'll never forget how crazy that was. This whole thing started, and he came on, and I remember he was pissed, wasn't he?
I think so. Because it was just like, it didn't make sense. Came back on with us, too. That was really cool of him. 36 now on GME. The CLUE, man, this is going for 350 here.
Gurn has a green candle here, not over VWAP yet, so I think that if it gets up there, it might find resistance on VWAP. CLSK just doesn't appear like it's done yet, and Bitcoin's still in the process of recovering. There's actually sorry, what were you going to say?
I didn't say, no, nothing.
It looks like Bitcoin is actually in the process of breaking over a trend line here intraday.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. Did I say CLUE? CLEU. I'm sorry about that. I normally catch myself. It is CLEU. Sorry, Tony. That's my fault.
I didn't speak to 7. The Mag 7 was mostly flat when I looked at it. It's changed now. Now it is mostly green. You're right about that. NVIDIA, the ugliest one of the day, though.
NVIDIA just kind of holding in here lower.
Oh, Bitcoin. What are you going to do?
David, we trade what we see moving here. That seems to be the theme and the lower float names that move every day. But we take a look at anything here. And if there's something that you see moving that doesn't fit in that is totally fine. Let us know. SPY here still trading up. Nice try, Webcoin.
So it's like just
That isn't a ticker.
it's just everybody's just piling back into the big names where they feel safe. Oh, we're not getting the rate cuts we thought we were going to get because unemployment or the jobs report is so weird. God, I really need to understand that a little bit better. How we have a rise in unemployment, but a huge increase in the number of payrolls. I think it's what we were talking about earlier, how this might be, the devil's going to be in the details. And I think Nick was pointing out how that actually is, what those details actually are. Man, look at SPY go. So it's on the verge of breaking the pre-market high.
Let's see if we get that there. That was Joel's call here. We did go green.
Oh yeah, I had to stop out. You guys didn't tell you.
Stopped out of what?
Oh, my idea, my harebrained idea of not waiting for confirmation because I just felt like it. I stopped out of that. So.
And it's higher than the pre-market. Let's see, that was the pre-market was 536.27, and we printed.
Yep, 536.29. 2-cent break there. TIGR moving higher here. Dave, you want to take a look at Lyft? Possible play here on Lyft, actually, on a curl back to that VWAP. Lyft did a good job holding that low from right out of the open here. Actually, still in this island formation. Still actually pretty good as long as it stays above 15 there on Lyft. You got any position here on Lyft, David? What are you looking at?
Tim explained it on pre-market. Okay, well, I missed that. I'm sorry. Looks like, geez, look at that thing go. Looks like Vero is trying to take another attempt at breaking VWAP.
That's VERO.
Yeah.
Well, Glenn, Chewy reclaimed that 23.23. I think you were spot on with that spot. That looks like where the volume really kind of expanded there. It was a really, really good level call there, Glenn. Give you a 1-up for that as well.
Guys, watch Pinterest moving higher.
Just saying.
Well, almost about 1%. We saw this happen yesterday. Again, it could be within the TikTok algorithm, all that fun stuff that we're hearing with social media stuff. Just keep an eye on pins and other social media names.
Pins right there as you were going to deliver that actually broke through its pre-market high. I think this other high here was right off the opening print. Yeah, it was. So it broke through its high here today. It's trying to go. Volume not abnormal here, but this pins chart looks strong. Let me see if I can get this on the larger chart here.
This is a new high for almost 3 years from okay, so
here it is. Here, go.
we're breaking out into not only new 52-week highs, but new looks like almost like 2.5 year highs.
Yeah, last time the price was at this spot 13 was Tuesday, November 23rd of 2021.
So guys, one thing I'd have to tell everybody is be really careful what okay. Here's the deal. I've learned time and time again that everything and anything can go wrong. And one of the things that just went wrong with me and my platform is my order just canceled. It froze. And then I went to, or basically I put my order in and it froze. And I went to take it out and the canceled order froze. And during that time, if you're day trading something and you're doing it with any size, which I'm not, I'm staying safe, things can go very, very wrong in those moments. So this has happened to me a lot. And it just now happened again.
So I've placed an order, Andy, and then gone to cancel it, and the cancel has lagged, and then I've gotten filled on the order that I was trying to cancel.
Yeah, when you call them up, they'll let you know that you don't see it on your end that it's actually filled. So yeah, it does get filled sometimes, and we don't even know that it's been filled, or it doesn't get filled. For some reason, for me though, it only seems to get filled when it's not in my favor, and it ends up actually canceling when it would have been in my favor. So I don't know
you
how that
too,
works.
huh? It seems to happen to me as well. It seems to happen to me
That's really
as well.
interesting. I mean, you would think statistically maybe 50% of them would do each, but that never
seems to work out like that in practice. By the way, here on this pins chart, this is actually a pretty decent breakout. I think you could see 50 here, maybe even 50 like and change. Yeah,
I was thinking 49 is possible.
Stay focused. Good morning, man. Hopefully you are doing well. We are doing all right here today. Kind of waiting for the craziness of the Roaring Kitty fiasco.
Yeah, I'd say this day and age, you guys, brokers are far behind where they need to be. AI and transparency should be taking brokers a lot further, and hopefully it does.
I wanted to mention this at the top of the show, but yesterday, ticker SPY actually had its lowest volume in 18 years yesterday.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Nick. I've been commenting to open up the happy hour. I've been commenting on the SPY's low volume. Yesterday was indeed a low. I didn't realize it was that big of a low. 18 years? Yes,
with its lowest volume in 18 years. Finished the day like that.
Okay, well, you were asking me earlier if you think analysts are going to move their target up. If there's nobody buying up here, Nick, I don't see how they can move a target up and feel good about that.
It's going to be interesting to see how the summer months play out, especially next week with CPI, PPI, the Fed, Apple's WWDC. We'll see if Apple can get a lift on that, because if Apple goes up and they mention AI, the other tech sectors and other industry will probably move in sympathy. So there's a lot to watch. And just because we have low volume doesn't mean we're going to be like, there's not going to be much action, because with low volume, one little thing can really hurt the market.
Indeed. And, the other thing is 13, correct me if I'm wrong here, but doesn't Computex end today?
Yes.
So that's the other thing. So you move from Computex, one of the what do they call it? One of those big technology events in Taiwan, and then Monday we have the start of WWDC here. Be interesting to see how all of the AI names react. Our report from Computex earlier, from a guy who's actually there on the ground, was saying that it was all about NVIDIA, pretty much like NVIDIA was the darling. Like there were other people trying to announce nice things and nobody cared. It was everyone was about NVIDIA and AI.
Man, today's been a nice day.
Sure has. Lift here. You still at that 16. Daniel or David, excuse me. I like the trade idea here, right? I would actually trade this against 16, maybe 1575, 1580 as a potential downside stop here. Maybe a move through the VWAP here. Would love to see 1617 on this.
CLSK still moving up. It looks like the Bitcoin names might end up getting going here. We've got a break of this downtrend that it was in since the jobs report. All the Bitcoin names they have a pretty decent looking setup in a lot of these. So we might see these move some more. There's a big wall to get through at CLSK at 18. So buyers come in big time and take that out. Might see this go deep into that handle.
It's NVIDIA's world. We're just living in it. Facts. That's what it seems to be. Let's see really anything going on the Twitter streets here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Andy, you seen anything that's setting up? Anything interesting?
It's Friday.
Yeah, that's probably what it might end up being. Is just wait and see what Roaring Twitty has to say.
Roaring Twitty, we did it.
I'm considering adding into that position actually, and I think I'm going to do that. That's what's setting up for me.
GME?
Yes. Sir.
Okay.
Order rejected.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Hey, do you know if there's any way to change that on TradeStation?
Which one? The noises?
Yeah.
You can, yeah.
Okay. I when I had TradeStation, I tried looking into that, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time looking into it because I just got frustrated. I said, screw it, I'll just listen to the dude.
You know what's funny about that is I actually wanted to download those and put them in Thinkorswim.
Okay, I'm gonna do that today, Ryan. I'm gonna get you that stuff today.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
VIGL getting mentioned here. We did take a look at this. Well, I got to get the right ticker in there for that to work. We did take a look at this one earlier. This thing's been running away. No setup on this one. Didn't have any setup for this.
So NDRA STFU is what you're saying.
That was a penny stock, wasn't it?
It is a penny stock.
Yeah.
That could get 30% by the end of the day. I mean,
SMCI here, real quick. Sorry, 13. SMCI, we talked about this in the happy hour yesterday. This kind of in no man's land right here. I'd be looking for a breakdown from 700. That could really get interesting to the downside on SMCI. If you look at the daily here, it does look like we're coiling a little bit here. Kind of these moving averages are getting compressed, and we're really just kind of holding in there. But for me, the level of worry here is going to be 700. We're currently at 775, so still 75 points away. But I'd be watching for that. I think NVIDIA might actually pull back a little bit here after the split as institutions and stockholders lighten up and book gains after they have 10x as many shares. And I think that could bring some more. That could bring some more selling, especially if we crack a key level here in SMCI.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what went on just now, but you guys didn't get to hear the order filled, but I did get filled on that GME to buy a little more, and I'm happy sitting on it, so I'm good.
GL might get going here. It's been consolidating for a bit, and it looks like given the volume expansion, it looks like it's going to try and push up past the 200 EMA. I don't exactly know how soon that's going to happen, but the formation looks like that's setting up to do exactly that.
Yeah, this is really kind of holding in here at 81. I'll tell you what, that short report didn't do much to this name.
Are you still doing LFLY, Andy?
Leafly, yeah, I still have some Leafly. I'm in at, I believe, 299.
Folks, we are just getting about to the end of the show here, but stay tuned because we are going to have Anne-Marie on next, and we are going to talk multi-leg option trades. So if that's something you're interested in, stick around here. Folks, this has been absolutely awesome today.
Don't forget to ask her about CSCO.
Cisco. So you want to do so here. Let me consult my notes here because I'll tell you what, that segment moves fast. Sometimes I think, oh, we're going to be able to do all this stuff. And then I look down, I'm like, oh my God, no, we can't. So CSCO. Okay, so here's the list for today. We're going to ask Anne-Marie about. I hope she didn't have stocks she wanted to look at. We'll see what we can do here. I've got Fang, Crowd, CSCO, and PanW to ask her about. So okay. Anne-Marie, get ready.
Look at
David.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, David. And real quick, I want to reiterate, I understand a lot of the days we start here with some of the penny low floaters, but I promise you, we will take a look at anything. So if you got more trades and stuff like Lyft, would love to hear it. Hope to see you around. Thanks for joining us here today. Smash up that like for us.
WULF, that just got a pop, and it is coming up to the same level that was also not only the pre-market high, but also yesterday's intraday high. So this could get going here in a bit if we continue to get this volume expansion. I think we're getting up to a breakout level. And if we do, I'd want to see some of these big levels where they have a whole bunch of orders get taken out, namely 353. There's a big order there.
Okay, folks, we're going to move over to the Anne-Marie show here. I got to get closing comments from the three of you, okay? Closing comments. What do you think on the market, and or give me your GME prediction for when Roaring Twitty goes crazy?
Strap yourselves in for GME. It's going to be wild. And have a great rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I was willing to put my money where my mouth is, and exactly. Have a great weekend. And this pullback on the market is gnarly. Unfortunately, I only got a piece of it. Guess I'm just not that greedy, but awesome.
Hey,
Thanks, guys.
you've been booking gains all morning, Andy. We will take that. And Andy, I'm going to tease the chat here. We'll see you next week.
Absolutely, we'll see you next week. And anybody who got those coins, they've flown out to you. So I don't know if you've received them or not. If you ever do, be sure to let us know in the chat.
Okay.
Or
There you go. Nick, how about you, man?
It's going to be one to watch. We'll see what GME holds for us for today. We'll see where the market closes for Friday, see if we can get a record. And then on tap next week, busy PPI, CPI, Fed, Apples, WWDC, and a lot more, even with lowest volume yesterday in about 18 years.
Yeah. So rest up. Have a good weekend, but be prepared because I think next week we're going to have some more stuff. Folks, I cannot thank you enough. 13, Andy and Nick, thanks for hanging out here. Big party on a Friday. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here today. Be sure to smash up the like. And remember, we got Anne-Marie coming on here next. Thanks, boys.
Take care.
Have a good one. See you guys.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Look at that. They are so great. Awesome stuff here today. 10 o'clock. Well, excuse me, 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock. That means we are here for Anne-Marie. Let's go ahead and bring her on. Anne-Marie, how are you doing today?
What a morning. What a morning.
What a morning indeed. And here's the thing, like a lot going on here, right? We have some of those data prints here this morning, and then we also have all the stuff with GME here. What do you have for us? Help make some sense of what's going on here today.
Well, we know that labor force participation continues to wane. That's the backdrop of the number. And so that is a little bit weak, but the market is moving in its own space. I think it ran up ahead. It's now pulling back, trying to consolidate in some clean spaces. And so we are essentially sitting in a very sideways, grinding upward market. And so we have to focus on things like that. I got a great list of things from you, so I just wanted to jump right in.
Okay, let's do it.
See how they're going. All right. The first thing we'll start with is, you know what? Maybe we ought to go in alphabetical order. So let's start with crowd.
Look, I tell people all the time, I suffer from CDO, which is OCD, except in alphabetical order the way it should be. So you're never going to get an argument out of me when it comes to doing stuff in alphabetical order. Let's do it.
All right. So we're looking at CrowdStrike. It did really, really well. This is another one that if you belong to Benzinga Pro, we put a butterfly on before earnings and estimated the run up. So looking very, very nice. If we stare down a weekly calendar, if we stare down a weekly candlestick formation, though, we are building a dreaded inside candle. And so this tells us, hey, we could see a little bit of sideways motion, and whatever it is that goes to the top is likely to come back and test the edges before it moves in the other direction. So, for instance, if it breaks out, it's likely to give us a wick like this and then pull back and hold the edge, or it could fade and then pop back up and do something else. So in my mind, this is a very sideways formation, but it could give us quite a bit of a heater. So let's take a look at it.
Now, real quickly, before you dive into that, if you don't mind, you had mentioned the inside candle here. I noticed on that chart that you actually, on that current candle, you actually had a wick that pierced the bottom of the previous wick. But I wanted to ask you, because that body is still inside. So if you're looking at the closes, you are still inside on that. And I just wanted to ask if that kind of plays a role in this decision here.
Thank you for that beagle eye of yours, because that's exactly right. My eyeballs look to the open and closes of the candlestick bodies in general. Now, what I'll see, if it breaks, I'll go, all right, we've got an upward trend. It's likely to bounce from there. And so my thought process was, we're probably going to have some upside for CrowdStrike. They're doing great. And This inside in general, this inside formation tells me I could have moves to the upside that will fade. I could have moves to the downside, which could bounce. And so what do we have to trade them? So let's go have a look. This was the spread that we bought, and we bought it for like 25, 30 cents. And we sold the calls on the front end, just leaving a short spread left, but we were able to collect a ton of gains. That's going to feel a little weird to you, but so don't worry about it. What we're going to look at is, let's project out to July and see how cheap we can get an expansion, and let's see what that expansion might give us. So we have this candlestick. It's the highest weekly formation of price action. And remember, one of my steady Eddie things is, listen, we've got the biggest volume. Let's go to the edges and see what happens when we get there. First thing that happens here is we bounce, and now we're headed up to here. So the people who bought in this candlestick, because it's the highest volume, the ones who bought in this candlestick are feeling pretty good. So they're going to say to themselves, you know, I think I'm doing all right here. I think if it breaks out, I'm going to add to my position. And the cost basis might end up being something like 340, right? If I split the difference. Mm-hmm. So that's going to give me the floor and the area that I want to put an alert on. So we're going to set an alert right there, and we're going to say, tell me if I get below that. That's going to be the fight zone. Okay, now let's make it simple. Let's just do a box, and then let's duplicate that drawing, and let's do the measured move. So if we have a measured move here, it suggests that 400 might be the test zone if this breaks away, right? And so let's think about how long it might take us. July, potentially. Here's what we know. We read a lot of folks like Ryan Dietrich and a couple of other guys that are that contribute to Benzinga, and they say things like, you know, anytime we had a really strong May, we've never had the market top in June. We've seen it top in July, but we've never seen it top in June. So we're thinking that price action moves to the north until sometime in July. So let's see how much that might be worth to us. So if we do the 400, 410, 420s, that's pretty expensive. It's $1.71. So for each one of these, there's a $10 spread between 400 and 410. The debit is 170 to 150. I see it moving around. Oops, nope. I did this the wrong way. Hang on. I was wondering what was going on here. That is 10, not 20. 31 cents. Much better. Much, much better. That's like the guy who comes in, gives you a big sticker price, and then he goes, but wait. So
let me show you the sale I got lined up just for you.
So this one actually looks really good from a risk reward perspective for price action to break out above the 400 area. Here's what you need to do though. If per happenstance we make a high in July, what we need to do is as soon as it hits this 400 number, we need to get out of this trade. You don't want to hold it because remember, the premise is if I can get into this area out of this range, the normal thing for price action to do is break out, head higher, and then retest. Here's the last time it did it. Look at the box here. Just validating my notion. You see what happens? It breaks out, and look at what happens. Totally retests.
Yep.
Exactly. And so we don't have enough time in our option to say, hey, I'm going to wait for the back test and further upside. If you want to do that, choose, I don't know, I choose December, because September and October are notoriously weak months. And so that's really what I would say for this one. But it's a cheap trade in a nice direction of motion. $10 to the upside, you're paying 27 to 30 cents, and that's going to give us $9.70 minus how much it cost to get into the trade from, a fees perspective. So that's the first one. Let's take a look at the next one. That is Costco or Cisco.
Cisco, CSCO.
Yeah. So the storyboard here, do we want to consider an earnings trade, or what are we thinking?
Well, I think we're thinking kind of a shorter term trade. That next earnings print is that July? What is that? I can't see the
August.
date there.
It's August.
Okay, so that is in August. Well, so here's the thing. So we're looking at June. We're at the beginning of June right now. I think we might be able to set up a trade going into that earnings, right?
Yes.
We've got 2 months, so maybe we actually don't need to hold through the print. Let's try and set one up going into earnings.
Okay, so going into earnings, take a look at this weekly chart. Resistance, support, resistance, resistance, support, 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 higher high, support action. Very likely, very, very likely here. So what kinds of things can we look at? If this is a support region, we can do something that potentially propels us into congestion. But if it breaks down, probably has another $3 to go, which is what, 8%, something like that. So that's a pretty hefty move. So if we say, all right, I'm going to trade to the earnings, but not past the earnings, my thought should be July again. And, where is everybody? Piling in at 50, and then piling in, wow, there's nobody here. 80.
I was going to say those.
Say again.
I was going to say those prices. That doesn't look great at all, especially down there at that 35. You got, a 9-cent spread on that.
Yeah, that's terrible. But that's because nobody
so far
has.
Out of it,
nobody's. Excuse me, hiccups. Nobody's done anything today. See, that's why the spread is so big, because there's no volume in these. They just got. Remember Thursdays. Wait, what is today's
Friday?
Wow,
so it was yesterday. First Thursday of the month yesterday.
And that's when the options come out. And so the people haven't had a chance to pile in. So I would say, looking at this, you've got a fairly good strangle event that could say, listen, if I run up into 50, right? So if 50 goes into the money, look at where the current into the money is. So here's how you would calculate this. The current price is 46.11. The strike is 45. So the difference between 46.11 and 45 is $1.11. So there's 60 cents of extrinsic value. That's the cost of the option that's purely associated with time and volatility. All right. So if we move this 50 up into this area right here, thank you, we are looking at this price going to 70 cents. Just the call side, if it moves up here. The put side, of course, will fade. But if you're only spending 23 cents and you watch the move up into this area prior to earnings, because, is Cisco going to come out and say, hey, we've made a deal with XYZ? You can see why 50 would be a good number. So we're looking at that. And before earnings could give us a nice pressure point up into this zone. So a cheap position, here's my thought. If you're thinking to yourself, okay, each one of these is 22 bucks right now, maybe I buy 5 of them at the $22, but then I put another 10 lot in at $12. And so my total spend would be about 300 bucks. If indeed the price action moves in one direction, then get out of the entire thing if you like, or just get out of your call side. If you are looking at something that is going to move up into this area and you have 70 cents or 60 cents of upside return, that's 300% on that space, right? Well, 200% counting the amount that you put in. And so that's really what you're looking at here. What do you want to say, hey, I don't want to risk any more than this? And that's where you have to look at size of the total position versus taking an outsized position and having it run into a stop. And that's going to be personal. That's going to be your personal event. For me, I just like to take a small position and I'm just going to let it leak. If it gets to be a nickel, I might try to sell against it and turn it into an iron condor. Notice I could turn this. Look at how easily you can turn a strangle into an iron condor. All you have to do is sell the strikes nearby. You sell the strike above, sell the strike below, and it gives you credit. And so that's how you would turn a strangle into an iron condor. And you would do that if price just started doing nothing and you're like, seriously? And you get out of the trade that way, right? So that being said, any questions about that one? A little unusual.
Yeah, that is a little unusual. I don't. Jay in the chat here says Cisco kind of looks like Intel, old tech value trap. That kind of implies that he's a little bit more downside here. No questions there. I would say let's move on to FANG since we still have 2 more here.
Perfect. All right, let's do FANG. What is this? Diamondback Energy?
Diamondback Energy. You got it.
Yep.
Chris, hope you're out there.
All right. So what do we got here? Earnings. Look at the volume candlestick from here. Let's do our drawing this way. Take a look. This is fantastic. I think buying the dips in energy right now, not a bad idea, but we have to watch risk. Right? Okay, so here is the range of the entire gap up and the candle. What do we know about big volume candlesticks when it breaks out of the range? All the buyers are like, man, I got in at the right place. I'm going to add. What do people naturally do as price expands? Notice this had a 100% move, I believe. Take a look. On the money, 100% upside. Yeah, measured moves work.
Yeah.
They absolutely, and you know what? They're so easy. People go, that can't be that easy. But I'm telling you, traders, we're simpletons. We're looking for the easiest way to a dollar sign.
You got that. And I'll tell you something else from working these shows with you here, Anne Marie. I've been using Thinkorswim, God, since 2015. I have never used that duplicate drawing until I saw you doing it here. And it is like the easiest way to do one of those measured moves. It's unbelievable.
It's so easy. And then you just eyeball the halfway mark if you want to, right?
Yep.
So the great thing about what's going on with Diamondback Energy is that it is coming in to the retest of the breakout area. So here's the question. Do you want to buy here because you're spot on sure it's moving up? Or do you want to hedge here in a position that says, you know, I like what's going on here in this chart, but there's a potential for price action breaks that take me all the way into 167. And so this is my favorite position to do a double butterfly. because I can see 167 being a target zone, and I can see 205 being a target zone, right? So that was our last one. So let's take a look at July. Let's see if it gives it to us. These should be cheap. 167, that midpoint. So let's try 175 to 168 to, wait a minute, 75, 168, that's almost $10, right?
Yeah, that's 8.
So let's go here. 18 cents for the butterfly on the downside. The butterfly on the upside, we're going to go 200. Look at how much this one is compared to dropping down here.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. So 200 to the 210 high at 70 cents to 220, a little bit more. That's like $1. Now, you could say, well, maybe I give this a little bit more time. Ooh, doesn't trade it for us. 26? No, they won't give us that. So this must be a split adjusted thing. So
Yeah,
you could look at this and go, you know, it's got a volume of 1 today. You could say, hey, I'm going to do the 208s and then do the do the 210s. No, that's too tight. Sorry. I would do the 216s and then have the 220s. So that would be $8 on the upside, only
And
$3 to the downside. So this is called a broken butterfly, right? Or an unbalanced butterfly, because you have more upside profit and less risk. So even if it goes all the way to 220, you're still going to be in the money to the tune of $4 because there's $8 between these two. Make sense?
Yep.
Right? $8 spread to the good. So that works. Here's the rub. That 208 is right up there at the very top of the range. So it might not get there if the market stalls into the summer. Overall, though, really cheap trade to position for a fairly good move, particularly if it bounces or if it fades. I think you're going to get, maybe if we're lucky, we're going to get both. It's going to come down and test here first and then move back up so we can cover the put side, right? Maybe we end up getting 3x for the put side, and then we can turn around and literally our call side might be free money.
What do you think of that, Chris? What do you think of that trade setup? I kind of like that.
Yeah, looks good. All right. So let's go to Palo Alto Networks. You know,
NW is one of my favorite stocks.
Oh, me too. I'm on the love bus with this one, right? Yeah. So here's the rub. Kind of looking bad. I don't know what's going on inside. You're much better at all of that stuff that's happening, but take a look at how long it's taken us to resolve off of this 290 number. It troubles me. And, you know, since the earnings, we've had pretty ugly formations, and here's why. Watch this. If we take a look at this, we're going to see where's the big volume? Right here. Watch the box. Complete inside behavior. Right? Here, if you bought, the buyers are going to say, all right, listen, as long as I hold this bottom, everything's going to be just fine. If I cannot hold this bottom, I'm in trouble. I'm in complete trouble. And they would have bailed. Now they're in the middle. So here's the real problem. round at about the 50% range is where buyers who are nervous are going to go, I'm getting out of here. And sellers who said, wait a second, I broke below the open and spent 4 weeks underneath there, just about. And so I'm going to short this. They are in a significant battleground here. So what do we suspect? We'll take a look. Low, higher low, higher low, higher high. So the big picture is saying, listen, eventually these guys are going to catch their drift and they're going to keep moving up. But it could make for pretty messy formations at the end of the day. So my suspicion is a two-way road here. If you're looking for the call side, you're going to look at, wait, what do my eyeballs show? 320 to 360. So let's see what the pricing looks like there. 320. We probably need to try August to get the pricing right. 320 to 360. Still too expensive. Let's see what August is. Let's see what September looks like. This might be the one we would have to go. 320 to 360. Well, this is an expensive trade. 320 to 360. Yeah, we can't keep it that wide. It's going to be way too pricey. If we did 50 and then 80, it would still be very pricey. So if we said, hey, let's do 330, because we're so far away, 350 and then 370, it's going to be $1.78. But we would need to buy it in the future for this to settle out. If we're saying, all right, what if it fades? Can I make money on the downside? 240s where I expect it to move to, 280s where I think it would go. So let's go 280 to 250, 280. Whoa, very expensive.
Yeah.
250, 30, 220. So, maybe this one ends up being 270. Still expensive. Maybe we only take it 10 wide. Let's see if that happens for us. 270, 260, and then 250. Right? So we've got $20 on the upside. Now we can turn that into a $10 one, right? If you went 320 to 330 to 340, it would only be 63 cents, right? Absolutely, perfectly fine. And you could actually buy 2 of those for every one of these, and so it would be cheaper anyway.
Does the difference in delta there play into this at all?
So yes and no, because delta is a first derivative of price action movement, but at the end of the day, I would say no.
Okay.
I would say it's just more of where price is relative to where the options are right now. And so that's really what I would say right there. So yeah, Palo Alto looks good on the move up at this 320 to 330. Might be a little tight. So remember, you always want to put your alert on the middle strike. We did not have time to do CIEN. I'm so sorry.
We can always do that for Tuesday. Or
yep, sounds good.
Or Anne-Marie, I'm just gonna throw this out there. If you come across or if you take a look at it and you're like, gosh, this actually looks like a good trade, and you throw that into Benzinga Pro, then that gentleman will know exactly where to find it because that is a pro subscriber. So just kind of hint and throw that out there. We can cover it on Tuesday.
You know what? I will cover it on our midday Zoom that's about to start in 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Anne-Marie, this was great. We packed a lot into this half hour. So amazing job. I will keep trying to get you a list of tickers ahead of time. That seems to work.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. That's awesome. Love it.
Okay. Real good stuff here. Yeah, you as well. Thanks so much for everything. Have a great weekend. Love these trades. Love how you set them up. Thanks for joining us here today.
Thanks so much. See you. Bye, everyone.
All right. Take care, Anne-Marie. We are not done yet here today. I know we got Roaring Kitty coming on here, but before we have Roaring Kitty, we have the Roaring Lion of Zunaid coming on here. Zunaid,
I was wondering what
nickname today
I was gonna get. I'm good, man. We've got Sandy coming on with us here in a minute, and I've got some positions in GME, in AMC, and Hood. I was up $6,000 yesterday. I am down $3,000 today. So let's see how it goes.
The life of a trader. That's that delta there is $3,000. That's a lot of butter chicken. Take it away, Zunaid. Have a great one.
You got it, man. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get things moving. All right. How is it going? I didn't even ask you for the thumbs up. I apologize. I'm so ready to go this morning. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great. The world is waiting for Roaring Kitty. Who knows what's going to happen? I went to bed last night and I saw, I had a show at an esports show at 9 o'clock, and 8 o'clock, the market ended, and I saw GME was around, 63. And I'm like, yes, this is going to be a great weekend. I'm going to have a lot of fun with this one. And then I woke up this morning at 7 or so. GameStop was at 63. I'm like, this is fantastic. Not a gap up really. I mean, technically, yes, but not from the, post-market or after hours. Showered, got back to my desk, saw we were at $43. I was like, who'd have sold? Like, what is happening? So that was a bit of a bummer, but we rock with what we've got. So we'll see how things move. But that's how my morning's been. But how are you? What's going on? How are you trading?
Good. No, the fact that you're talking about GME is fun, and that we're coming on right before Kitty, right? So the funny thing is that I was looking at option flow, and a couple days ago when NVIDIA was down, there was a ton of option flow going into NVIDIA. And, look at how NVIDIA bounced. So they were basically buying the lows. I don't know if this makes you feel any better, but today's option flow for GME, it's high. There's a lot of institutional orders going in there because it's not retail that's buying GME right here.
Yeah.
So if they might be buying the lows, I don't know do you have options on this or stock?
I do have options. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull up my position here. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. So here it is. Let me go ahead and share all of this. All right. So here's how I'm gonna break it down. Let me make sure there's nothing personal on here. We should be good. All right. Here's what we've got. Stop sharing this screen. Share this window. Share that. Let me double check everything's okay here, and I'm okay with the world knowing all that. Yeah, okay, cool. This is my fun account, right? This is where I like to have a good time, make some dumb trades, call it a party. So we've got. I'm going to point them out. You've got 10 contracts of kind of AMC on top. Those are $6 calls that expired today. Those were up about 80% at the close yesterday.
Yeah,
they're down 34. GameStop, I had a couple of spreads, as you can see there. And then I have 5 contracts of the $45 calls that expired today. Those were looking beautiful yesterday. Obviously, they're break even today, and the chat can see. Now, Hood is what I'm really excited about. And I know, Elon, you mentioned it in the chat here as well. Hood has been a great moneymaker because the way that I saw it, and maybe I should have put more money behind it, is no matter what happens with GameStop and Hood, as long as there's a lot of volume, they're going to be making money, right? Robinhood is. So as long as GameStop has volume, as long as AMC has volume, we should be perfectly fine. And so far it's kind of paid off. I mean, Robinhood has been kind of performing well compared to the others, right? Anytime this happens, you have Vlad, their CEO, that kind of tweets things out and positively about the stock itself. So you have, where is it? So here's Robinhood, right? What's Robinhood up? They're up about 1.5%, where GameStop is down 20. AMC is down. Oh, by the way, I forgot. I also have this. I'm just going full degenerate. Let me connect my broker so I can show the folks
Oh my gosh.
why I actually canceled a couple of meetings for 12 o'clock. And then
I
I've
was
got
very happy
1,000
to see that
shares
you got
long.
the spreads on, by the way.
Thank you. Right. Because, well, I'll tell you
Are
what
you getting used to those?
I am, but I'll tell you what I'm upset about here in a second. But I've also got
Mhm.
1,000 shares long at
Nice.
510. Again, this was up about 1,300 bucks. I think it might have been actually up
You ever
1,700
take
bucks.
profits?
Nah, because
You
mama
ever
ain't
have
raised
profit?
no. I'm kidding.
You ever have profit targets? Because I always say
It
that
hit
if you don't
profit
automate
target.
your
Oh my
profit
God! Look,
targets, your stop loss will always get hit.
my profit target did get hit in the after hours. Right, my profit target was 650. Right there, got hit at 650. And the reason I got those levels is because you look left. That's kind of where I got them from, and it hit it. But I was like, nah, we going to the moon. And the moon isn't really showing so far. I mean, we're still up 500, right? But we were up $1,000 more is the
I
whole
love how
point.
honest you
So
are about this. Yes.
yeah. I mean, look, we like to have a good time, but let's get back to spreads. And then I promise we'll
Hey,
share
but
your
can I
screen.
just
Yeah,
can you put that chart right back on
I
though?
absolutely
And
can.
I
What's
want to
up?
I want to make this automation point for those of you that are wanting to get into automation.
Yeah.
If you put hood bigger, you could see that there's that long wick. You see that long wick going to the height?
This one?
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So you see where we're at this morning where it opened, there was another wick that kind of went high. If you would have automated an order, you would have been one of those wicks to get out of your position with some profit. So just food for thought when you can
Kind of
program that
place
in
it.
there. Yeah, and I always say if you're only programming your stop loss and you're not programming your profit taking, your stop loss will always get hit.
Yeah. I should have just, maybe had a extended hours order out here. Typically, sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't. But look, as we're getting closer, things are moving up. And, just looking at my levels, this 35 is kind of holding on GameStop here, right? Obviously tried to crack down 32, got bought right back up. So part of me just kind of wants to buy, but a part of me is like, what if just a cat ends up coming at 12 o'clock? I don't know. By the way, chat, I'm going to kind of hang out a stream. Like I said, I canceled my 12 o'clock appointment because I was like, no, this is what we're doing. I canceled
Oh,
my
you're
2
going to be
o'clock.
live? You're going to be live during the
Just to have a little bit of fun. I canceled my 2 o'clock appointment. That's important just because if I'm pissed off of losing money, I don't want it to impact a very important meeting. So I delayed that till next week. So I'm planning my life around a damn cat.
Oh my Lord.
So that's where we're at. But let's talk some tickers. Let's talk some trades. Oh, actually, you know what? I lied. Let me get one more point across. It's about spreads because you brought it up.
Okay. Oh yeah.
I'm going to go ahead. Let me actually, you know what?
What was our last trade, by the way? We haven't seen each other for 2 weeks.
It's been a couple of weeks.
Was it AMD? I know I emailed you and said, take your profit.
But those expired, I believe. Yes, those expired. Now I think all of mine, I pulled money out of Thinkorswim. So now it'll just kind of be here. Hopefully just in TradeStation or E-Trade, one of those. And I can kind of share my screen there as well. But here is one spread that I'm kind of annoyed about. And I'll share it right here. Give me one sec. Okay. There we go. And here's the one, right? Okay, that's an ugly drawing. Give me a sec. Don't know I can reverse it. That's how you reverse it. This one right here is what I'm upset about.
Okay.
So here's what I did. I went ahead and sold. I purchased, 6 calls.
Okay.
Right. Expiring today, 21.50. Then I went ahead and sold 6 for $5 or for 5 cents. Right. And I sold 6 of them. So that comes out to, what is that? $30. And to me, $30 is a good amount of money. Don't get me wrong, but it's also like, do I care about it? Am I going to lose sleep over it? No. So I feel like I also have to find that balance between like, do I really care to capture this $30? Because then obviously this is hindsight, but I missed out on a potential of $223 of profit today. But obviously this was much higher yesterday and I could have maybe scaled out. So I don't know. Still trying to find that balance between what spreads are worth doing in terms of collecting premium on the leg side and what are not is what I'm still trying to figure out in life.
Yeah, I think, so there's a couple ways that you could do that. You could do an at the money. Now, at the time that you put this on, you put it on at the same time. So you had your,
Yeah. Yep. I put all these, all the spreads I put on at the same time.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, you're right. I mean, looking at that, you're not going to be capturing too much money, but what that does is, I'm glad that you were taking a look at that. But at the time that you put this on, what was Hood's price?
See, you would think I would know that. I don't know. I think it might have been Yeah, I've got no idea. They might have
So
been.
was this like an out of the money a credit
Yeah,
debit?
this was. I think it might have been around like 21 or so. So I was hoping to capture, if it went to 50, 150s above, I was hoping to get that, but I was like, man, it's not going till 23. And then
Right.
here we are staring at 23, 28. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's not too much of a profit, based on when you put it on and how much it was worth then at the time. But those are, I guess, the position is nice because it alleviates some of your risk off of the long calls, and then it just kind of helps you hedge that position so that if there is kind of this sideways action or even a little bit below, it's not going to really kill your position all that much because that side is going to start increasing in value.
Yep.
So I guess it all depends on, do we think that today or the next couple days, Monday, Tuesday, that hood is going to skyrocket, or do you think it's going to just kind of go up, like a staircase?
Well, so with these expiring today, I would just kind of, I think, yeah, these expired today, but the main one that I have, which I thankfully have not done a spread on, and I will not do a spread on it, is this one. This is the one that I gave out to the chat while we were hanging out. And that's what kind of Elon's talking about. It's our January $20 calls. These were around 20, I think, maybe even at 19 or something. When I bought these, as you can see, I paid about $5 for 3 of them. Now they're going for about $7. So, we made some good money there. And I plan on holding on to these at least for a quarter. I will sell 1 or 2 depending on the performance. And then I will ride one all the way till the end of December. And then probably buy one for, reports on Q1 in 2025.
Well, I love the fact that you got, January 17th. So you have a lot of time there. So the no time is going to decay off your position, which is awesome.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not going to go against you as well. So
let's, if you're welcome to share your charts and we can,
I usually tell people to simulate, but you're just jumping right in. So.
Oh yeah. Look, we're just diving in. We're just gonna have a little bit of fun, and whatever happens. If I get margin called, I promise you, it won't be the first. It won't be the last.
No, don't say that.
I've been margin called plenty of times. I've been margin called twice in a day.
Oh my, really?
Yeah, during March 2020, they were like margin call. Went ahead and put in $9,000. 2 hours later,
Lord.
margin call. I'm like, yo, I just gave you money. Like, what do you want? But anyway, let's go ahead and have your charts up. I see you got them, so I'm gonna go ahead and rock with you. What are we watching today?
Okay, so I was looking at Shop. Shop had a really nice setup for a longer term play here for a swing. Really would love for it to get above this. We could make this, gosh, just a little bit more, maybe like $61. If it could get above 61, it's already above it. So let me go to a smaller time frame. Take a look at this. Oh yeah, it's at its last pivot high right here. So maybe 61.70. If a shop can break above the 61.70 area by the end of the day, I think this is a great setup for shop to go higher. So I was looking at this one. I was also looking at Adobe. Let's just take a look at all of these, see which one looks the best. So we have consolidation here on Adobe. Let's take a look at a longer. Again, would really like Adobe to get above this around the 477 area to go higher. It's been in consolidation, but it had a nice run up. Looks like the last couple sessions, 4-hour sessions, it's been in consolidation. Got earnings coming up. So this could go higher if it can break above there. For you automators, these are great trigger levels that you could use if you want to automate. McDonald's looks like a buy the dip situation here. Looking on a 4-hour, looks like it's kind of in no man's land right here. I'd really like to see this get above 263. Is that right?
Looks like you had a trade I just executed there.
Yeah, I'm actually we over at TMS we're doing practicing with automated bots, and so we backtest a whole bunch of strategies, and then we have the bots just put them on when the variables actually hit the list.
Yeah,
and so we have a live account right now going, so that at the end of the month we'll take a look at our strategies, see how successful they were without completely hands off. So it's been going very well. And so this is like our next phase, because I started my journey by teaching people how to automate on Thinkorswim,
Yeah.
and now taking it full circle in 3 years, and it's like, okay, we're going to create the strategies, we're going to give you the trading bots, and it's kind of like do it for you type of trading, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So that's kind of where we're at. But so that's what that was going on. So what was else? Oh yeah, I was looking at this, but I don't know about McDonald's. I'm kind of, I feel like we're at resistance here. This could go either way. Not really loving it. Not really loving it. Let's take a look at PayPal. I just cracked myself up because I kind of made a little McDonald's joke, but didn't mean to make a joke.
That's all right. As long as you laughed. Trust me, a lot of my
I'm
jokes
always
fall
laughing at
flat.
myself.
A lot of my jokes fall flat. A lot of my jokes are cringy too, but that's okay.
This isn't too bad either. I kind of feel like, we're extended, but I wouldn't mind taking PayPal here, kind of front running this a little bit. But I love this setup with the momentum here. I wouldn't mind taking a debit spread on PayPal. Are you guys still liking the debit spreads? I'm really like one of those that really like the kind of hands-off approach, 50% profit, 50% loss, and then just let it run. And it's, easy to be able to recycle these in and out, in and out, in and out. So are you guys into the PayPal debit spreads? We can do an at the money for next
let's do it. Let's do it.
They're really cheap here. So looking at a 68.69, we could make it wider. The issue is if it starts to go against you and goes the opposite direction, it's going to take a lot of your premium out of the position. I would rather just get more, as an example, of the 68.69, and you're really looking for this to stay above or get to 69 and stay above that. Let me see what this is. 67, 68. That's even closer. So you're a little bit in the money. So this is a 1-to-1. You're risking $50 to make $50.
Yeah.
This isn't too bad here either. So I kind of like this one to do a front run, and you can cut it short if it doesn't work in your favor, or, cut half of your position. So I like this one. So we're buying the 67 and we're selling the 68.
This is for next week, right? I'm putting it on here. It's for next week, correct? Okay.
Yeah, June 14th. So just a week out. And we'll see if we get another pump.
All right, let me go ahead and add.
One of those. I'll add some more to that. So that's PayPal. And PayPal has some good support at 66. So the other names that I saw had a lot of option action was is it TMS or no TSM?
Nope, TMS is y'all.
That's me, yeah. Let's look at this chart. This is actually doing quite good today. Looking for it to get over to the high here of about 170. So this has got a nice pump going. Still looks nice for a continuation. Is actually right at the pivot high here. I really like this too. I would front run this and easily go into a debit spread here a week out on TSM. Let's see, 165, 167 for next week. We have an expected move of $7. That sounds good. I wouldn't mind taking a couple of those. So we're buying the 165 call. We're selling the 167.50.
Yep.
Limited risk, limited reward here. Your max loss on this is 204. But remember, I like to go with an easy, you lose 50%, you're out. You take 50%, you're gone. So your max loss on this is 204. Your max profit is 296. So you have a little higher reward than you do risk. So I like this one.
All right.
And the other one that I saw was Planter. Let's take a look at Planter. And for those of you that have never done debit spreads, just simulate these trades and you'll be getting better and better and better. And it'll give you a perspective of how these actually work and how easy they are to manage, to be quite honest with you. It's a great way to make weekly or even monthly income. So Planter, looking at the chart on Planter, take a little bit of a longer view. Staying above the 6. Kind of stayed below that gap. A lot of money going into Planter. I'm kind of interested to see how this ends up working out. I don't like the momentum here. I think I'm going to stay out of Planter, but we'll be watching it for next week. It's actually on a 30-minute here. It's right at support, so we could get a little bounce here.
Yeah.
I really would like this gap to fill and to break out of this consolidation at 23.94. So I'd rather wait for a better setup. So those are my two trades for this week, and we'll see how it goes.
Tell me so let's go back to the PayPal one, because so is 65 purchase or is it 67? I think it's 67, right? Because that's more.
Yeah, we actually purchased the 67.
Yep.
And we sold the 68.
Sold a 68. Got it. Okay, and it was like okay, got it. Understood. All right, I'm locked in. Let me go ahead and do two.
You can see where all the volume is on that one. So if we take it on singles here on Thinkorswim, you could see that
50.
we bought the 67 and we sold the 68. And technically speaking, we're looking for next week, we're looking for what? 2.6 move, either higher or lower. So that kind of fits right into our confines.
All right, perfect. I am in. I'm locked in. I don't know if folks can see that, but there's my E-Trade notification. We are locked in with two of them. So I'm good to go on the PayPal one.
Excellent.
Paid about 50 cents per. Let's see what else we've got here.
Planter, you thought that was a peanut. It is.
Yeah, and they've been getting defense contracts. I don't know if the proper term is defense contracts, but they've been getting contracts from the government lately as well. So it should be good. How would you play? We've got 8 minutes here, right? And you've got GameStop. That's kind of, let me share my screen again. If you were to play it, just for the folks that might be, looking for a little bit of action, how would you play GameStop, if at all, if it was via spreads or whatever the case may be? We're about 8 minutes away, and they've got about 200,000 people waiting to watch. That is insane.
You know what you could do?
What a time to be alive.
If you're waiting for a pop or a drop, what you could do is the weekly on this for next week, the high is 48 and the low weekly expected move is 27. You could take an out of the money as an example, debit spread at 48 and out of the money, a debit spread at 28. And whatever happens, happens. It's kind of like a lotto bet. Or you could take a butterfly. Yeah. A butterfly would be kind of fun as well. Ooh.
Is that the opposite of an iron condor?
A butterfly is actually you're purchasing the butterfly. In fact, let's just do that really quick. Let me show you.
Yeah.
So if we go over to game, do you have my screen on? I'm sorry.
I do have now. Yeah, you're good. You're rock with it. I got you.
All right, cool. So let's go. If we go over to, we just need to use the drop-down menu, go over to butterfly. And then what did I say it was? Let's see. The expected move here is around $48. So if I go over to, you can do the call side or the put side. Let's just keep it in line. For the butterfly on the 48s, so this would cost you $28, and you can make approximately $72 if it ends in that area of the butterfly. Probably want to make it a little wider because $1 is pretty thin.
Yeah.
So there's a $23 expected move for next week. Does that cover it? 37.47. No, it's very different from that, huh? Do we have any? This was our earnings is already done. I think I'm going to stick
earnings. So earnings was supposed to be on the 11th, I believe. Yes, Duckside, we are. We're gonna watch it here and kind of react to it. I have positions in it, so we're gonna be pretty blood pressure heavy here. Earnings were supposed to be on the 11th, but they went ahead and dropped them this morning along with an offering.
Oh gosh, guys, look at this. So if we do 48, let's just take the weekly expected move with implied volatility. I'm showing 48 as the high end. It's going to cost you, this is really vacillating here, but it's going to be, your reward is $182 if it ends up being in there. So I'm going to take a couple of these butterflies. Let's see how much it'll cost to get filled. Okay, so it costs $23. $23 for one butterfly, guys, and you have the opportunity of making $187 if it goes up. That's for
what does it have to go past?
Doesn't have to go past. It just as it's moving towards the butterfly. Let me show you on the analyze graph here.
Yeah, that would be visual guy here.
So let's go to GME. I actually have a debit spread here too on the higher end because I saw the option activity. But let's get this out. So we're here, and here's our butterfly. Can you see it over here?
Yep.
So what we're trying to do, let me make sure I got this right. I kind of did a broken wing. I didn't see that if I was 46. Oh yeah, I accidentally made it a broken wing butterfly. So I would suggest just making a complete regular butterfly. And really what you're wanting to do, a broken wing is that it's just not equally spaced. So let's say the middle strike that we chose was 48. So if we're looking for $2 above and $2 below, that would be an equal butterfly. So because I just made a mistake and made one wing $1, the other wing $2, it's considered like a broken wing. So that's just an easy way to remember it. But in any event, if you put this at 48 and this starts to actually go in the direction next week, you could see right over here that we actually make money just going towards it. Okay. And so as time passes, let's just do that. As time passes, you're just making a little bit of money. But if you get a pop and by next Friday, it's around here, you can, and you move this theoretical calendar to that date. What did we say? 14th. You can see, looking over here, as time passes, you will start to increase your capital in that position. So if you've never used a butterfly, this would be a great experiment for you, and it's super cheap. So your risk versus reward on a butterfly is awesome. And that's why, they're lower probability trade. But when you do get a pop and it ends on a Friday, you can make so much money off of that butterfly that it's worth it, because it's like 10, 15 times the amount of money that you're risking. And you're only risking what you actually purchase it for. So I hope that gives a better explanation of that.
No, it definitely does. And of course, I'm just, I'm like locking in whatever I possibly can here and kind of taking a look at what other positions I may want to put on. I'm not going to put on any, but you've got 250,000 people, 270,000 people now. This number, let me just go ahead and share my screen. And again, there's going to be some nutty stuff that's shown, not because of me, just because of the chat that's going to go crazy. But like, you've got,
I want to see what the bets are that's coming in right now for option flow. We'll do a live one.
Yeah. you've got, less than a minute and a half, 270. Let's do a quick refresh. 272. This was about this was about 13,000 yesterday, about 180,000 at 12:30, or excuse me, 11:30 market time. And now it just continues to go. I'm going to go ahead and, what's the best way I can do this? I don't want the chat to like, if their chat says something crazy, I don't want it to show on ours. So how do maybe I can do it that way. I don't know how I can hide the
flow here. Here we go.
I don't know how I can hide the stream, but
not as many orders coming in, guys. Not as many orders now coming in for GME. Oh, but I see plans are on here. How funny. Plans are in TSM. Okay.
I wonder if I can't do a double box. I don't think I might be. Yeah, I'll just kind of have to go back and forth, but let's see if he actually starts the stream right at 12 or not. You're welcome to kind of hang out. I'm going to be here for about, when's my next call? At 12:30. So I'm probably here for about maybe 20 minutes before I have to prepare for the next one. But let's see if he goes live right at 12 and what it's going to be. There's going to be a lot of theater, I'm sure, a lot of dramatics happening.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, I don't know, I guess maybe I might be a pessimist. I'm sorry, guys, but
no, that's okay. That's the beauty of the market.
Like it's extremely orchestrated, where I think originally it seems so real, and this
Yeah.
seems a bit orchestrated. So I kind of wonder.
But it's
And I
working,
wonder,
you know. And
I
thank you,
mean,
by the way, for the folks in the chat who told me how to hide the chat. But it seems it's working. It's working until
oh,
it's not, I
definitely.
guess. But let's see.
Oh, here's a whole bunch of orders. Let me see what time this was. Today at 6:52, which would be 9:52 Eastern time. Had a lot of 90 calls for June 7th. A lot of money coming in for the 90 calls.
For
Ooh,
June 7th?
and then we
So
got
like
the flip
today?
side. Also 50 calls. So people are they're doing both sides of this, just like we were talking about. So
Yeah.
we could do a butterfly. I'm going to put on a butterfly for the opposite side because this is getting fun now.
Well, here's how
So,
it's going to go, right? This was what I was afraid of. If he doesn't hop on right at 12,
yeah,
people are going to assume something happened, or people are going
right.
to assume whatever.
So I'm going to do a
And it's gonna take a tick down because they're like, wait, was this all a hoax? Are we done? What's
That's
happening
kind of
here?
how I'm feeling about it, but I don't want to ruin the mood because it's such a party.
No.
mood.
I mean, no. It's a matter of like, you know, these are the, this is what kind of makes a market, and this is what's kind of interesting is you have. Let me actually just remove my.
You actually put some good money on this stuff. I
did.
usually just put you know,
I
little
did.
lotto trades on for
Yeah.
fun for this kind of stuff.
I
You
did.
make $500, you're happy about it.
Yep, we did, and you know, we might regret it. It's all right. It looks. They say he's live now. Okay, we're gonna refresh here. I don't see it. By the way, STF, you're welcome to kind of hang out in the chat, but don't call it a knife when GME drops 70 cents. I don't know if that's a knife. You know, I don't know if that's a knife. Looks like people are still kind of waiting for him to come on. So, yeah, who knows, right? It's. I would be not surprised if no one came on, because with the precision that he's had so far,
Yeah.
you would by the way, 500,000 now. Good gracious.
So if you took the 27 butterfly, $2 above, $2 below, when you create the butterfly,
Yeah.
you're spending $40. Let me put this at 1 here. It's going to cost you $34 to make $166. It's kind of a fun lotto bet.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
No real threat to anybody, right?
No, not at all. I'm just blown away that in the last, let me share the screen again. In the last 5 minutes, approximately 200,000 people have
logged
into and notified that, hey, I'm waiting for you to make something happen.
Oh, geez.
And he still hasn't hopped on. He still has not hopped on. Very curious. See, now we go back to this chart. Let me actually just take away all my levels here. How do I hide? How do I kind of hide it?
I want my 27s to fill.
Now
that I'm waiting.
How do I like hide my, because I don't want to just remove, whatever, it's done. Yeah, we'll kind of watch it live here, see what the reaction is. AMC on the other hand, I'll move these as well. Yeah, the longer he waits to go on,
yeah,
the worse this gets. You know, the more pain this gets.
Yeah.
But we'll kind of see. We'll wait and watch and see what's happening. Robinhood itself, again, just kind of hanging out, not really doing much. But I do expect a lot of positive tweets in terms of volume from their CEO, Vlad. But this man's got to hop on stream.
Oh, I'm increasing the price to get those
to get it filled,
and they're not letting me fill. What does that tell you?
To get it
filled. I got a small little bet here.
Did it halt? Did it halt down?
Oh, is that what's going on?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it halted down. I'm not.
Yes, everything on my chart is completely like locked.
Looks like it may have. Dang. Let's see here.
Like 40.
Down about 7. You've got AMC that's kind of hanging out here. AMC, I believe, is still rocking and rolling, so that hasn't been halted.
Oh my Lord.
It's insane. Yep, it looks like it is. Look at that. So halted on GameStop to the downside. This doesn't look good. For the folks that are holding calls, again, we keep it real no matter what positions we have ourselves. He didn't show up. He didn't show up. He did not, or he hasn't shown up yet. Let me go ahead and say that. He hasn't shown up yet. I wonder, here are the conspiracies that are going to happen. Here are the conspiracies that are going to happen. I'm sorry?
They did halt this. Did they halt it because of this news conference or because there's a lot of buying or selling in this?
I would assume
no, it
it's
just
a
moved.
volatility halt. I still don't see it on my charts.
Shoot, it just moved just a second
Here,
ago.
let me actually log into a very handy dandy Benzinga Pro. One moment here. Da, 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 da.
Let me see if I do a 30-tick charts.
I'm going to go here. Where's my halt on GME?
Yeah, that would be on Flash, wouldn't it? Let me put that up.
It's a circuit breaker halt to the downside is what it was. So thankfully it wasn't a news pending or anything like that, because that would be insane.
Get my put butterfly on. I wanted to get my put butterfly on.
And that's the thing where sometimes you got to like increase the price because you're like, you know what?
And by the way, sometimes
it's
worth increasing the price because they'll give you the best price that it's going for. You know, they're not going to, they only gouge you when you do market. Oh, that's fun.
There's no way this man doesn't show up, but I'm not surprised. Here's what look. Okay, so let's go back to conspiracies. Here's what a lot of people are going to talk about is that there was some collusion where he was in on it and he just wanted to raise the price of GameStop so that they could do an offering, which is why they went ahead and did the offering today instead of waiting for him to come on, because he was never going to actually come on itself. Right. So, I mean, I'm telling you, this is going to, okay, well, I would not be surprised if we open up somewhere here when this unhalts, or if we touch somewhere here, because unless he I don't know, but there's no way this man didn't show up. Let's see. I'm sure Twitter's going crazy. Let's see what the streets are saying. I'm excited to see what Dave's saying. Dave Portnoy is someone where,
oh, he's fun.
Oh, let's see if he's tweeted anything out yet. I don't think he has, but you got something filled. Is it what you wanted? Okay, well, it's unhalted, so you might have. Unhalted. We're to the downside.
Yep, I got it for 37 cents.
Nice.
37 cents, and I'm looking for 27, a 27 put. I have a $2 wide. So $37, guys, to make. I think it was a couple $100.
It would be so interesting if this man's internet just cut out and that's why he couldn't come on. Like something so trivial, something so simple where he has to like go to a WeWork.
It's not really going down that far though.
No. And that's what I was telling, folks in the chat, and they're like, hey, you can admit you're wrong. Buddy, I showed my positions live on air, right? I have no problem being wrong whatsoever, but I was saying don't call what type of move is this, right? I think you said this was a knife. And this is about a 5% move in a stock that is been moving like 200% from the highs. It's down about 50%. Like that doesn't really do much of anything is what my point was. But
today itself, it's gone down almost 23%.
Yeah. I mean, and then you've got, it's down 23%. And from the after hours, it's down approximately, 46%, right? So it's kind of insane, but let's see if more than 500,000 people are watching this guy. Nope. Still, actually, it went down. Did it go down? I don't know if it went down. I think it might have stayed the same. I'm not sure. I can't remember what the last one was, but what a bummer. Well,
so he's definitely not coming on.
I don't know.
This is really looking bad. So
I
kind of felt bad to begin with, to quite be honest, because he wasn't. I mean, before it just seemed so legit, like he was. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that people are like, "Oh, it's not him," because he would never not show up, right? He would be there for his people, yada 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 yada.
Oh, halted again. It says.
Okay, now this time it's to the upside.
Money could be kidnapped. Big money.
This time it's to the upside. This time it's to the upside.
All right, let's go. Let the games begin.
But like, here's the thing. I'm okay losing money, right?
Look at this
I'm
doubling
okay
down on
losing. I'm okay losing money,
Sure.
but I'm
You have to
impatient.
be in this game. What was that?
I am impatient. So it's kind of
yeah.
like, bro, just let me know what the. Okay, my screen just did something weird. Just let me know what's happening, right? Let me know if I'm winning or losing. That's
Yeah.
all I need to know.
And who was it that said, so DJAF, he is making a mockery of this market, in my opinion. And I agree. And that's why, I just don't take it seriously. I'll do a
Yeah.
little lotto bet, but I'm not doing some serious money on this.
Well, now I'm kind of actually
serious money goes into
Man.
premium selling. Actually, I'm more of a premium seller.
Oh, for sure. So here I gotta evaluate what I'm gonna do here. Because thankfully it's still in the 36s, so I might be able to. Yep. Yeah, I agree, Aaron. I'm glad we made the move. Let me see. Let me go back to my account. Let's see what's here.
Here, kitty. This was a hoax by the market makers. You actually think the market makers were in on this?
Listen, there's nothing I
Somebody
put
on
past
GME
humans
side is on this, not
and corporation. Wait, what the? Why is my? How is my day gain? I thought it was down. Oh, it's because it's okay, man. Okay, because GME is halted up.
Yeah.
The options pricing or whatever on day
Yeah.
gains for me, it doesn't show any numbers, so it just kind of has miscalculated my earnings or whatever. But I feel like I'm gonna have to start closing some of these positions, especially if I'm up. I'm gonna have to start closing some of these because I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what's happening.
I would always take some profit and then just just leave some runners to have a good time. And then you're going to get mad at me if this thing skyrockets to 50 or $60.
People are saying maybe he meant 12 p.m. Pacific. Well, here's the thing.
Now you guys are making
on YouTube. On YouTube, you can say 12 p.m. what time zone, right? Like whatever the case may be. So no, I don't know if it's that. What he should have done is kind of maybe like a 3 p.m. Like the last hour of the market.
This is crazy.
It could have been fun. And what's interesting is people are mentioning the market itself is going up. So let's go ahead and take it. These are my meme stocks, but let's go ahead and take a look at.
Earlier this morning, somebody was putting down money for a 125 call. That just seems crazy.
I wouldn't have mind getting trolled if someone showed up. Like if it was just a cat, genuinely, if it was just a cat taking a shit, I would have been like, you know what? This is a story for me to tell by the time I lost $5,000 because I trusted a cat not to take a shit literally on air and on my money.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Like I think I have to stop dating for the rest of my year here, losing that kind of money. But as soon as GameStop does unhalt, I'm gonna have to reevaluate my position on it. But so far it's still halted. No movement happening. So it halted down, halted up, but there's still no sight of Roaring Kitty.
Oh my gosh, that is funny.
Give me a sec here. Sorry, chat. I'm just mentioning some things on Slack.
Yeah, halted again. Jeez. Yeah, what's SPX doing? Our trading bot today ended up taking a synthetic put on SPX, making 82%. However, took an iron condor. These are like all programmed bots. So these strategies are programmed in there. They're back tested, and the bot just takes it when the variables hit. So looks like an iron condor, a 50 wide iron condor was taken. That lost 82%.
Yep.
And then the bot got right back into a smaller iron condor. That made 20%. That's the profit target on this specific trade.
Yeah.
And then it looks like it's in a ratio spread.
Downside.
Oh, is it to the downside? Good. I got filled. Let's see where are we at on that.
It's got to get halted. There's no way this doesn't get halted to the downside. The dude hasn't shown up. There's no way this doesn't get halted. Let me look at my
There's not a
positions
lot
here.
of movement on it, though. You know what I mean?
Let's
I mean,
see.
I would have thought that it would have already broken the $32
Dude,
range.
absolutely 100%. Oh, there you go. I'm down $4,000 on the day.
Oh.
So here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, let me take a look.
So if there's one thing I think that we've noticed, like, you know, along the way, especially during earnings trades and stuff, is like you get a nice run up until the actual event. And so I always say, you know, take a lot of your profit up at the run up. And then at the event time, you know, leave a run up. Something.
I think if he would have kind of hopped on stream, it would have kind of
so the whole thing was fake then. Oh,
it looks like it. I'm curious to see if, and I'm not gonna lie, if this 32.30 breaks,
yeah,
I don't think it looks pretty. I don't think it looks pretty. And again, I'll do a quick like kind of update right here. Let me show my let me take a quick new position. So posting this.
I see some consolidation here at the around the 32 level as well, by the way. So yeah, I think if that breaks, we're going down to 28.26.
So here's the updated position I have, and here's again that PayPal that we put on together. But yeah, down about $4,000 on the day. Total gain, however, since I started this whole GME mess, is about $1,000. So you know we're still sitting pretty. 600 of that is because of my Robinhood January calls. So I'm going to call it about a $500 gain from the nonsense of everything in terms of GameStop. So I'm still doing okay. I'm still sitting pretty, but it's I was up $6,000. Yeah, I was up $6,000 at the close yesterday.
Yeah.
And then if the price opened where it was after hours in today's market, I would have definitely closed some out, right? Just because I can't close options, obviously, in the after hours. And I would have probably been up about, call it 12,000, maybe 13 even. I would have definitely then gone ahead and exited some.
Lessons learned?
Yeah.
Is that what you always say?
No, hell no. I'm not gonna lie to you. Look, I'm gonna do. If I had to do it all over again, I would make the same mistakes, if you want to call them.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, you know, I really noticed that, you know, the run up to any event seems to have like the best energy for these positions.
Yeah.
And it seems when the event actually, you know, occurs, it's a gamble. So why not take 75% of your position, leave 25% on for the gamble, and, you know, not be stressed out about it. But I'm a conservative trader, and so that's just my take on it.
And here's the thing: is this $5,000 loss that I may end up with in about 4 hours or less than that now, is it gonna suck? Absolutely, no question about it. But I started this account with 7,000, I think it was, or so, right? So even if I do take the loss, like I'll still be okay. But I just hope that people that are watching and anyone else that's kind of trading this or whatever the case is, isn't kind of using money that they need to pay the bills.
Absolutely.
Right? That they need to, like, you know, on Reddit, I've read these terrible stories, and who knows how much of it is fake and how much of it is engagement farming, but it's all about,
Did you get to see that movie called Dumb Money? It was really good. By the way,
I did. I actually took, so I went, there's this woman that I was talking to, and then, you know, I told her to invest in AMC, and she did, and she made a good amount of money. So that was kind of like our bonding thing or whatever. And her and I no longer together, but we're still on good terms. So I was like, you know, we have to watch this movie together. Like, I'm not holding your hand. Don't get me wrong. You know, but we have to watch this movie together. And so we did. We liked it because obviously there's a lot of context that we had. So when this was popping off again, I texted her and I was like, again, I don't want to hold your hand, but I just want to let you know this is happening. And if you want to put some more money in it like last time, you're welcome to. So she did. And, you know, she's been kind of texting me with like, what should I do? And I'm like, this is not financial advice, but I'll be on stream at 11:30 if you want to come talk about it. But yeah, it'll be fun, man. Look, I will say this though, by the way, shout out to Johnny, producer of mine that, you know, leads the way for me with the Raptors Uprising GC. So appreciate you for coming on to watch me lose money. I appreciate the support. But here's the thing. I'm a little surprised, but happy that we haven't completely hit the downside, right? We're still holding on.
True.
We are still holding on, which is upsetting because now I don't know if I should hold on as well, or if I should be like, nah, bump this, I'm out. Like, I don't know what to do.
Well, the institutions have to be very careful in how they get rid of their positions, right?
Yeah.
Because that could, you talk about, causing that to go crazy. So I think they're all on the phones right now talking to each other. How are we going to get rid of our spots?
By the way, this is how you know that this account of mine is like a mess around, let's have some fun in life account.
Yeah.
Because the name of this account,
yeah,
you can see it on the
what
top.
is it, FAFO or something? I think that's the new. Oh, bro, bro.
Just bruh. It's just like bruh. Like, what are you doing with your life? You know.
Well, it doesn't look too bad there, does it? I mean, you got green. You got 16% green.
I do. Yeah, I'm still up.
Today.
I'm still up, so I'm happy about it. But it's, here's the thing that people, and I always struggle with this as well, and that's kind of what we've been talking about, is like, they're like, oh, it was not my money to begin with because it was unrealized gain. Yes and no, because you could have hit a button last night and the money could have been yours, right? After hours, AMC was at, what was it at? I think it hit a high of 686. And my position was at about 510,000 shares, is about $1,700 or so. I could have sold, like you said, 75%. I could have cashed in about $1,200 and just kind of rode it for the dream, if you will, to the upside. But we decided to hold on. We'll see what happens. And now it's starting to leak. But here's the thing:
if I'm next time, take 75% off.
Maybe.
And have fun with 25%.
That's probably what it is. But I'm still. I can't believe this dude didn't show up.
I think
and people are leaving, by the way. People, like, if you here, let me go ahead and share this screen now.
This is a funny story. My mom used to say, everything is fixed, right? And I was like, Mom, you're crazy. And so now that I'm older, I'm like,
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe the Bible or Quran or whatever you guys believe in, if you believe in anything, maybe there's some truth to our destiny's already kind of written. But people are leaving though, right? This was at approximately 480,000. Now it's at 434,000. Still a shit ton of people. Thank you for that, AT. But obviously nothing yet. Nothing happening. Don't know if it will. I'm going to share my chart here on GameStop itself.
That is just sad.
This is my AMC position, right? This is what we're talking about. I have 1,000 shares at 510. It hit all the way to the highs of, let's see what this would have been.
Yeah. And, I find it interesting that all the good stuff is happening after hours, right?
Yeah. 1,800. I could have sold after hours. See, these weren't options. I could have made solid money, cashed in about 1,200 or whatever and just let it go.
Have you done that before? Selling your option positions after hours?
Well, so the only ones that you can do that is SPY and the
ETFs
Qs.
And stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have done it with them, especially if I know that, hey, earnings are about to happen and I want to take a gamble on maybe not the actual stocks such as Apple, but maybe on the Qs or whatever the case may be. Then I'll have a little bit of fun with that. We're definitely bleeding here because if AMC is coming down, that means GME is coming down as well. And what do you know? We're about to maybe break the lows. And my dentist just let me know that my appointment's coming up. I don't know if I can afford teeth. I don't know.
Hey, for all of you automators out there, because I'm so passionate about automating trades, you mind if I actually show you like a real account with our trading bots in it, just to show you like.
Yeah, let's take my misery off the screen.
Okay. Oh, let me put this on. I don't think I did that right.
But I will say, before you go, I will say this, right? And let me just share one more thing as you're sharing your screen, and then the floor is all yours.
Okay.
Thankfully, my loss isn't as big as it could have been if I didn't have spreads attached to it, right? You don't really, so you have like, obviously I closed some, but you have one spread here that I went ahead and have. You have two here. This is obviously with Robinhood, so that's 6, right? So this is money that I kind of saved, big loss, whatever the case may be, because some of these could end up closing out of the money. So thankfully I saved a little bit of money on that aspect of it, but GameStop, new low day.
You really had a good time. I can see that, bro. That's,
that's the account's name. That lets me know that
PayPal, you put our trade in that account.
Well, I mean, like I said, this is my fun account. Because remember what I told you, I don't check my positions.
Yeah, but I email you to tell you when
until you email me, and then I go ahead and look at it.
Your personal option spread, debit
I
spreader. I'm
know.
like,
I
hey, take your
know.
profit now, Zunaid.
But look, at least unlike the FinTwit folks, I am a man of my word. And if I say I took a position, I took a position. But let
Yeah,
me
you
share your
did.
screen here. You ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait,
Here's
he's
the.
live. Wait.
Oh,
Or at least I just got a
put it,
notification he's live.
put it
I
on
just got a
live. Put it on
notification he's
live.
live.
I wanna see this.
Oh, 3.
You can share your
2.
screen. Okay.
Yep,
Oh.
yep. Here.
Oh boy, he even made a little intro, huh?
His editor was a delay. His editor didn't have it. Uh-oh.
Definitely not working for Benzinga.
There's no way this man has an intro.
That was fishy here.
GameStop's halted, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure.
So this is going to halt up here in a few moments.
I feel very suspicious about this one. Well, that actually looks like him.
Yeah, there's no way it's not him. I wonder if he's going to ball. But I will say this is a long-ass intro. AMC halted to the upside, by the way. Oh, you know what? I've got a meeting at 12:30.
Oh no. See, just because you're always on time doesn't mean Roaring Kitty's going to be on time.
I can't believe I have a meeting at 12:30 and the president of Benzinga is going to be on it, so I can't even be like...
You can't even be late.
Yo,
you know what? We'll talk next Friday about how this all goes, but you gotta make nice with your boss.
I know. All right, we're gonna keep the chat. We're gonna keep the stream rolling, but great to have you on as always. We'll talk more. There's some things happening and brewing. We'll link up sometime next week. But thank you for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh shit. Oh, am I okay? Oh shit. Oh, that was a close call. How do I get my shit set up there? Oh. 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 Help. Send help. Send help. Can y'all hear me right now? I kind of forget how to do this. I kind of tested it. Can you hear me? I can't keep up with this chat. You can hear me? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I can't read this chat. The chat. Oh, you can hear me. Oh, excellent. I had to dust this shit off to get this working. Oh, you brought me back to life with the chat. It's like the oh shit. I'm alive. Kinda. What's up, everybody? I'm looking around. I feel like it's working, but I haven't done it in so long. I think it's working. I see you can hear me. It looks like it's going okay. So I think we can get it. Sorry, I'm legit looking at the chat here just to see. Okay. All right. I think it's working. Honestly, I can't believe that shit. I thought for sure.
Sandy, I might put you back on. I think
Welcome, everybody.
I told him I'm not going to make the meeting. Let me know if you want a thumbs up. I can put you back on.
I didn't even pour the beer yet, but that's okay.
All right, let's see what he's got to say. But
did you see my messages to you in the comments?
Somewhere.
I did.
It's not 5 o'clock here, but
I'm still holding. Let's see what happens.
Be...
Did he get filled on something?
Yeah, my bot was just.
Oh, you
this
did.
Shit the whole
okay,
time?
that he did.
I don't think there's no YouTube rules like whatever your drip is when you start, you got to keep rocking that. I'm pretty sure there's no way that's a rule. I mean, I'll keep it up for now because cheers, everybody. Let's go. Oh shit, look at this. It's going up. I could say that, right? Can I say that? Can I say it's going up? Is that okay? Look at this. I can't keep that getting over. I think I can say that. Cheers. Crazy stuff going on these days, huh? Crazy stuff. Can you believe it's me? Can you believe it? Because it kind of looks like a lot of people don't. So I figured I'd pop in here, say what's up, everybody. I hope everyone's doing
I would die
good.
laughing if it's not him.
I know it's not the usual time.
I don't think it is.
But
I can't believe I have 5,000 writing on this. Oh my god! All right, bro.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is
no real game plan here.
If you saw this before, would you have put that much money on the line?
Damn, yo, there's mad heads in here. God damn. All right. Okay, yeah. So I hope everyone's doing well. It's been a few years now. I hope y'all are good. We've been doing okay here, hanging in there. This, you may not. I mean, I was just messing around with this. This isn't a real bandage.
I actually thought he was more serious. I sensed that he was like more serious in the original movie.
Messing around, right?
That's what happens when you have a half a billion.
Other than this,
shitload of money.
We're doing okay here, right? It's been a crazy. Well, first, I mean, it's been a crazy.
Sorry about
years,
that.
right? It's been a crazy.
Not sure if I can say that.
Oh no, you're good. Don't worry about that. We're not sponsored anymore, so we're good.
Shit. Yeah, bonkers. I wanted to. Oh, hey, let me just.
Yeah, it's insulting, right?
It just kind of halted down, and that's what's going to happen because now people don't know if he's going to actually.
Oh, it's pretty good to be back.
Talk about his DD, why he bet what he did. He's trolling. I wonder if he's stalling for it to unhalt so he can say what he wants to say.
I hope.
He just unhalted, by the way. I believe.
Before I get started here, just be fair, I feel like
right.
What is it? Ocean's 12. Like, how many espressos do you have? 5. That's me right now, But now you got to make the switch. You do the.
This dude definitely took a hit before you hopped on.
Action, which in my case might be some coffee or some espresso or something. But
I
think it's time to make a switch. All right. So I mean, I don't know
whatever it is
you think I'd be going for.
I'm missing a meeting with the exec.
I mean, maybe this isn't the right day to do it. I mean,
I hope this is worth it.
Can I show this? Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it. Oh, can you guess what beer that is? Can you guess? That's a hint that you can't see it. Oh, I should have tested that. Whoops.
Now I'm starting to get a little concerned because now this is a little I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
you thought it was going to be something
they
serious?
see it. I mean, I'm not caught up with the chat, but at least I can see y'all scrolling through there. Green. It's green.
I'm biting the big put, Lion says.
Because
nice job,
I mean, it's green, right? But go Celtics, all right? Go Celtics. We won last night, all right? I'm pulling for them. I guess it's not a green day here, right? But I mean, this is the finals, baby. Here. To start off the series with that shit. Come on, let's pour this. Let's start it off right. Like I said, 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock. Oh, Carlsberg is actually a good guess. That's actually a good guess. That's a green one too. Rolling Rock. Go Celtics.
I kind of wondered, do you think he actually has a position?
I can't keep up the chat, but I can look over.
He did at the close. He posted it, right?
A lot of people being here, right?
And if he didn't, I think E-Trade would have verified and said, "Hey,
this
is photoshopped. He doesn't have these positions."
All right, let's pour this in here.
It's halted again.
My buddy,
at 35.41.
Can you see this if I pour it all the way in there? I should have showed you before I poured this shit. My buddy hooked me up with some. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, you can't see it. Maybe when the head pops up. Hold on.
Boy, I am so glad that I'm so glad that we took a position
Ah,
on the call side and the put
pull
side.
that up here, huh?
Maybe it
Kinda
goes
screwed up the
absolutely
floor, but
nowhere.
that's okay. I'm doing it with one hand. Also, I'm sorry. I mean, I was late, but you try starting a stream rocking this. You know, I mean, I'm doing it. I'm trying to do it opposite here. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Not for real though. I think I gotta take this off. It's messing with my head. I feel like I'm actually injured or something. How do I do that? All right, let's do that. Whew. Whew. All right, let's pop that off. Whew.
I will say this: if nothing happens here in
stuck to
about
my
2-3
hair.
minutes, I will hop off because
Okay.
Okay.
at this point,
You're disappointed?
Pop that over there.
Shucks, Zunaid, you're disappointed.
like I said, I don't care if I win money or lose
I mean,
money.
now you know I was
But,
just
like,
messing around. I
come
don't
on.
need this ice pack.
How does this
I got
guy
this ice pack
not
just in case
even
maybe
have
it's getting a
5
little bit warm.
minutes of
But
material?
again, I was just
Right.
messing around. I don't actually need this. But if I get too hot, let's hope the
Yeah, this is a little weirdo. This is a little weird,
Yeah.
guys.
So what's up,
Yeah.
everybody? I gotta be. Do I have to be careful what I say? Here?
Not
really
financial
sure.
advice.
I don't know. But I did want to hop on the stream here. I mean, some of you have seen I've been back kind of active for a few months, but I did want to. Oh, wait, let me just do this over here.
Yeah. This
Oh
is
boy.
I didn't even know what to expect, but for
Figured I'd
some
check
reason,
in.
based
This
on
is me,
the
by the
older
way.
movie,
I
thought
see a lot of
he
question
was
marks.
going to come on
Is he
serious.
back? Is
Yeah.
it someone
He's
else?
definitely-
I mean, can you tell? Can you tell it's me now? I mean, what weirdo spends their free time working on memes? You know, like is someone else? Is someone else doing that? You know,
I don't think it's
I
him.
own
Do you
it.
really think it's
I
him?
own it. I own it. That's okay. But no,
Okay,
hey,
never
this
mind.
is me. I'm
Okay,
not.
perfect.
I'm not AI either.
Oh.
Am I AI?
My president, Luke, texted me. He's like, "Yo, we got a meeting," and I'm like, "Yo, I'm on stream. I'll be there
Could be
soon." He's like,
these
"Nah, don't worry
days, you
about it.
know, I
Stay."
see
I'm
it's
like, "I
just
bet."
changed a lot these past
So
few years.
we're staying,
But
gang.
no,
Let's see.
Seriously? Okay.
This is me.
Yeah, we'll
I wanted
stay.
to
Whatever.
pop in
I do have
here,
a
be
meeting
like,
at
yo,
1. I
what's
can't
up?
miss.
Say what's
but-
up. I guess remind everybody this is me, that I'm the one active on my accounts, of course.
Okay.
What else to say here? I see. I mean, I see a lot of the stuff out there. I'm just like, what the hell? What else? Oh, these are the
He's
accounts
thinking, what the
I'm
hell?
showing, and my
Zunaid,
positions are
he's
mine.
thinking,
You
what the
know, it's
hell?
like those are my positions. I'm not working with anybody else. I
This,
I'm
I
not
just want people to
wor-
understand.
I'm not
He
working with hedge
has
funds. Like it's like the same stuff as last
8
time. So it's
figures,
kind of interesting to see
9
that stuff. So I'm like,
figures
all right, I gotta hop on a
on
stream
the
and just
line
remind
here.
people, you know. And then
Allegedly.
What else? Like I'm not an institutional investor, you know. I'm not all this other stuff, and I am definitely not Paul Dano. All right. I don't know.
That's
You
a good
thought you were
point.
going
Is
to
he
tune in
still
today. It's going to be
married?
like Paul Dano on here,
I
but
wonder.
I'm not Paul Dano. Okay.
All
And
right.
actually,
Let me
I
move
gotta
on
be honest
to-
here. I still haven't seen that movie. I haven't seen it. I've seen some clips. But I still haven't seen that movie. But no, I'm not Paul Dano. I'm not Paul Dano either. So I'm sorry to disappoint if that's what you were tuning in to see. Oh no, I'm causing it to go down. I need a button that like.
So
I press
he
the button and
knows,
it
right? He
ejects me
clearly
from it. If
knows,
the price is going
and he's not
down, or
worried.
If I say something, oh boy, just press the button and get me out. But it is what it is. What am I gonna do?
There's no way.
So I just wanted to check in with you folks. Remind you all that stuff. Let you know that it's me. Say what's up.
If this dude ends a stream like this,
Mm-hmm. What are you thinking? What were you expecting? I was just curious. Because
I was
you
expecting
actually-
some DD as to why he had 300 million.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
because
funny
you
thing
used to
is that
you used
I
to give
have a
that
lot
type
of
of
the
commentary.
Exactly.
It was very
the
serious
same feelings
commentary
about
before.
everything. You know,
Yeah.
it's
But
you kinda,
there's nothing
I've
serious
talked a
going
lot
on
about
here.
GameStop and how I feel about the
GameStop,
situation
Mulos,
and all that.
you're
And,
touching.
I
Actually,
kinda
I
wanted
lied.
to
You're
hop on
testing.
and
You're
kinda
about
reiterate a lot of my viewpoints that I had
20, 30 cents
previously.
away.
Yeah, I think remember if you remember my previous thoughts on the company and the opportunity, there was kind of like a two-part thesis to it. And that second part of the thesis is a reinvention of the business model or a transformation, whatever you want to call it. And I just to remind people who, if you haven't seen my materials, that we're in that second part of it here, where it's less about. I see over the past couple of years, I see an overemphasis on like that legacy business, and it's just there's no over. It matters. It's not that it doesn't matter, of course, but they're in the transformation stage here, and what could they transform into? You know what I mean? There's a lot of question marks about that, understandably so. But essentially, it becomes at this stage of that second part of the analysis, this transformation part, it becomes a bet on the management. You know, in particular, of course, Ryan fucking Cohen. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Cohen and his crew. and that's what folks are should be focused on. You know what I mean? And that's probably going to be an ongoing debate as to how people feel about him, whether he can successfully transform that business. And those are great discussions. And those are good discussions that need to be had. And so when I look at the situation, though, and I'm kind of going to be echoing some of the thoughts that I had previously, is that I feel like I see enough where I believe this guy might be able to do it, right? That's not a guarantee. This is the same thing as before. I mean, I'm not promised anything, but over the long term here, I think he seems like the type of guy. He seems like he has those characteristics, and the way he approaches this seems like he might be able to do this. But again, that's not a guarantee. This is kind of like, it's kind of based on feel. You've heard me say that, right? And so I have that feeling. I have this feeling, and I'm like, all right, let me reiterate some of these feelings that I have. But it remains to be seen, and you should keep your eye on stuff too. Reserve the right to change your mind about stuff, just like I do. Don't follow anyone blindly. Nothing on this stream is advice. Hopefully you all know that, right? This is the same thing. But like when I have a feeling about that, it's like, all right, well, let me share it. I could be wrong about stuff, but I think, all right, let's talk about it. And I don't know. I think he has the characteristics that he could do this. In particular, I think we can all agree GameStop finds itself in a very unique situation, just like it did last time, right? Not just in the gaming space per se, but you have a company where you actually have so many people rooting for it, right? They're rooting for it to work out, myself included. How often does that happen, that folks like really want it to work out? And it's a highly unusual position, and it's so unusual. The way you manage that situation is you got to manage it the right way. And honestly, the way he seems to be doing it, I think he's from a distance here, right? I have no idea, but I put myself in his shoes, and I think he's kind of seems to be taking the right approach, given this very unique situation that he finds himself, that the company finds itself in. You have a lot of investors kind of following what's happening, kind of wanting it to work out. You know what I say? That's very unusual. It's a very unusual situation.
Totally,
And
by the
I
way.
don't know if there's not too much precedent for it. You see it with some other companies, especially when the CEOs or the managers are just so heavily investing themselves in the business, investing themselves in the turnaround. And there's some managers out there who are somewhat similar. So I see it in Cohen. So that I think that he has the type of he seems to be doing the right things. And I know the question marks will be, well, what is he?
I would never want him to be
what
my
is he
wingman.
doing?
This
What's
is terrible.
the plan? Those are fair questions, but
I'm just
you
going to
really
post
think
the
he's been
trades
doing
that we took
nothing,
today
or
in
GameStop
chat real
hasn't
quick,
been
so I'm getting those right
strategizing,
now.
testing some
Somebody
things
had
here
asked
and
that.
Sounds
there,
good.
and how to move forward. I think that's pretty ridiculous. I think we've seen enough, in particular from him, to be honest. I think we've seen enough from him to think he's got a good head on his shoulders, and again, we haven't seen anything. It's speculation. You can argue that, but honestly, the way he seems to be handling this, and we don't know a plan, and that's fair. But boy, you're right sizing the ship. You see, even the legacy business cutting costs, trying to stabilize some cash flows. Just try to stabilize that legacy business. But now it's all about the transformation, and that cash pile is growing. It seems to be growing. Will they raise more money? We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I see it, but I think if you just change one factor, and that's that you don't think Ryan Cohen is a doofus. All right. If you don't
This
think
is
he's
so
a doofus,
bad.
and
What
he's not a
is
fool,
this?
you don't think that. And all of a sudden, suddenly they're sitting on
I
billions
don't
of dollars
know.
in cash, right? And you actually think not only is he not a doofus, but
I
he's
wasn't even paying, I
extremely
really
talented in
wasn't
that
going
he
to
has
tune
the
in
capability
today,
to turn this
but
around.
Yeah.
I
If
thought that I
even if you
did
don't
so that I
agree
know
with
that
that,
next
right? Even if
time
you don't believe
I
it,
don't
that's
have
fine.
to
If you
tune
just
in and
pause
I'm
for a moment
still
and think
okay.
about that,
So
I think
for
it
those
really
of you
changes
guys
your
that are
mindset.
out
And so that
there, I
becomes the
posted
bet.
all the
That
trades that
becomes
we
the bet.
took
And
today in the chat.
I don't know.
If you're
This is
interested, take a look and simulate the
it's
trades. But Zunaid, I'm
going
going
to
to
be a
let you
debate.
go. It's been
But
fun.
as time passes, you'll
We'll
see. Well,
see
that's the
ya.
thing. I think some people
We'll
say,
see
"Oh,
you
a
next
lot of
Friday.
time has passed. We
Take
ain't
care.
seen shit."
Bye.
And I'll
And
email
that's
you
fair
if
too.
we
But
get into
again, I think
profit. We
because of
should
the
take some.
uniqueness of the
I've got
situation, I
PayPal.
think
Take care.
I
Bye.
think
Bye-bye.
I think generally in this type of case, being
All
quiet,
right, I'm gonna be here for
working on
about
stuff behind the scenes,
10 more minutes, if that.
and thinking about what you're going to do, can be could be a good approach. That's not the end all be all, right? We'll see where it goes from there, but it's a good starting point. And I personally don't think 3 years is too long in this case. 5 years, 10 years, all right. Like if we all wait 5 years, 10 years, and it's like, all right, we're going to be going into the pet rock business. Come on. Come on,
Bro,
reserve the right to
was-
change your mind, just
all
like I do. That's how you should approach this. But in this case, right, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And it seems like people are quick to be like, oh, well, they haven't announced anything. The legacy business is struggling. Therefore, it's over. You know what I mean? I think that's just kind of silly, just because I think it could be, it's just not proof of anything. Now, again, they start selling some pet rocks, you know, all right, okay, let's revisit this. But right now there's some uncertainty about it. And it becomes a bet on the management. And
in 5-10 minutes, I'll give my thoughts on this.
Financial markets, it's unusual that it's a public company, but if you're dealing with like a venture capital opportunity or a startup company, this is often how it works, where you may have an idea, or you might have a management team that you believe on, and that tends to be what you'll focus on. And do they seem like they have the right skill set to pull it off? That's the focus. I mean, that's what I mean. This is not unusual in financial markets generally. What might be unusual is that this is a public company, right? In that you have non-institutional investors. You have non-institutional investors who are like making the case for it. That's highly unusual, but it's not unusual in financial markets. It's a little bit different this time around, and so it's just an ongoing argument, discussion, and you won't really. No one knows for sure. I mean, especially me, right? You don't follow anything I do. You see all my disclaimers and stuff. Same thing. None of this is advice. I have an aggressive style, blah, blah, blah. You know that stuff. But when you're dealing with these types of opportunities, right? I say it's unusual, but in financial, when you deal in these types of opportunities, you could lose it all. You could lose everything. They're highly speculative in nature. You should know that. These are very risky opportunities. And they are risky because there could be tremendous upside if it works out. But that's the balance. And that's why in those types of opportunities that I'm talking about, that's the trade-off. Big potential opportunities, or you could lose it all. And you kind of factor that into your analysis.
About to break 30.
So it's the same thing here. So it becomes kind of a bet on the team.
Just broke 30, 29.45. Looks like a halt.
I reserve the right to change my mind, as you should too. I'm a believer right now. Let's see though, 3 years. Let's see what happens from here. But I think with a significant amount of capital, I don't know. I think
keep in mind that he just said that. I'm gonna bring that back
from here. But that's kind of a reiteration of a lot of stuff I said in my last stream. There was two parts of the thesis. Then this part of the thesis, if you remember, I ascribed at the time. I'm like, well, we can't even discuss this. It was like the bottom of that Word document that I had. I was like, well, let's discuss this when it comes. Well, it came. That kind of first part worked out, and now it's a discussion about this other stuff. So, I mean, I'm probably, you know me, I'm rambling now at this point. I'm probably, well, let me put in for that stuff. But that's, I'm just reminding y'all that, you know, like that's gotta, let's see where it goes from here. Well, hold on. Did I pour it? All right, you can't pour it all. Can I get that?
All right, Brody.
What's your drink? My buddy hooked me up. My buddy hooked me up with that. What's the drinking strategy, baby? What's your drinking strategy? Clearly,
I've closed my
clearly,
AMC position for a loss.
Where's that button?
$200.
Eject me out of this. Cheers, everybody. Huh? What's your drinking strategy? Let's do this.
Showing it to y'all live on stream.
All right.
Transparency always. I'm out of my AMC position.
What now, though? I mean, now what do we do? I mean, I kind of got some of that stuff out of the way. I should. Like, should I do? What else? Let me get some. Oh, you see that stuff there. Do I show? It's frozen again. It's frozen again. Can I, let me chat. Can I do a portfolio reveal? I've never done that on the stream before. Should I get
back in?
Can I do the portfolio reveal? Is that okay? I think I can. I don't think there's any issue with that. I can. Yes, I can do that. Okay. Well, those YouTube rules, you know what I'm saying? All right, let me just check. Let me just make sure this is legit. Hunky dory.
There we go.
Oh, it's frozen right now. It's halted. I won't do it while it's halted. We'll wait.
This man has $100 million on the line.
I think it's halted,
3 bandages
is my screen
on
frozen?
stream.
I think it's
more
let's
than
see if it starts moving again. It's kind of it's helpful that it just moves without
refreshing. Yes, it's 2024.
That's kind of nice.
There you go.
But yeah, I'll do that. I'll show you. These are the positions that is just like last time. The positions that I posted. Those are my only positions. There's no other positions. There's no other folks I'm working with. You know what I mean? It's like pretty similar to last time. So I saw people saying that. I'm like, oh, no, those are my only positions. I mean, does cash kind of position? Well, you see that. But yeah, that's it. Those are my only positions. So yeah, again, my aggressive style investing was almost certainly not suitable for y'all, right? I'll always say that. Risks are severe. You can lose everything. What I do is not a recommend. You know that because I've said this all this time. This is not. It's important to reiterate, though. It is. That's why I would do it in my streams previously too. You got to know that educational, just not an investing process, but also the risks involved. So I'll do that. I'll just show you. But you see some of those headlines.
All right, so he's going to show his position.
I see some of the headlines.
I wonder if there's any surprise to it, or if it's just going to be what we saw yesterday.
Some of the headlines. Whoo! We probably all know about the same amount about this situation. You know what I mean? Based on that, like some of the headlines we see, I kind of see that stuff out there. I'm like, oh no. It reminds me of the Dark Knight. You post a couple of memes. You post a couple of screenshots and everyone loses their mind. It's like, no, man, chill. It's okay. But yeah,
he's going to show his position when it unhalts, I assume.
Navigating that, doing my best to navigate that. Chat's crazy.
Wilson, the answer is 1,000.
Thank you very much.
Shares.
Thank you very much for the happy birthday wishes. Cheers, y'all. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Cheers, y'all.
It's been what, 4 years since his first video? Is that what they're cheering?
Was this an early birthday gift from y'all? The early birthday gift of early earnings announcements and an offering? I guess cheers. I guess.
Damn.
You wrap it up in a gift or some shit. Oh, thank you, chat. All right. I can't let it. Oh, that's very. Thank you. Thank y'all so much.
He's like the rich family member that you hang out with because he's rich, but not because he's
I feel like I've been cosplaying as a streamer because I'm not used to having so many people on here. And like I'm saying, yo, chat, what up, chat? I mean, cheers to all the folks. We've had some good times over the years, right? Cheers to my YouTube crew, of course, my fellow Redditors, even on X now. What up, X? Cheers to the X crew too. I mean, so many people on social media. It's pretty cool. Like many of you, you grew up. Still birthday thoughts. Cheers. You grew up on kind of the internet, right? You grew up with the internet, and I feel like a lot of us are in the same boat on that. I think that it's a little
hold
bit
it
of
up
a
now.
connection.
3092,
right? We all kind of have. It's a pretty unique generational type thing. But anyway, I have on the stream in front. I've never had a ton of followers. Oh, you see how many people? Oh, damn! I don't need. Holy shit! 600K. What up? Oh, is that here? Oh yeah. I mean, is it time for a haircut too? Oh, it's unhalted. It's unhalted.
No, it just got halted.
Okay. How do I do this? All right, let me just test something.
It got halted again,
it's halted again. Is it? Is it not halted? I think it's halted. Again. It's halted. Everyone, you're beating me to it. I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it. Halt. Don't make me. Halted. Well, it's hard. I mean, this is at least I'm up to. I mean, no, at least I'm up to date on the stream. It's like I don't know how long you're supposed to have in between messages so that I can kind of read it. I think I did like 2 minutes.
I'm just sharing this for transparency purposes. I'm back in at AMC at 5:05.
Yeah, we got to see what happens from here. We got to see.
1,000 shares.
But all right, we'll see when it gets unhalted. What else? What other stuff?
Just in case he's got a surprise with the position if he's going to show it. That's the main reason. And it's back above 5. But if it breaks 480, I'm out of AMC.
I was like,
I'm going to share my screen just so you guys can see it again for transparency purposes. I
see, I'm going to see like.
So there you go. That's my position.
Let's go. I mean, shout out to so many folks. I've been talking about social media and friends and family. Shout out to so many people. I know for some folks, it's been a while since we touched base. And so this is an opportunity to say what up to everybody.
What if he shares his position and exercises his options live? He can still do that.
All right.
He can still do that. That's still a possibility. Again, not financial advice, not Benzinga's opinion. It is my opinion and what I'm doing with my money.
It still is. still is. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat here.
I can't believe I have a meeting at 1 o'clock. I should have just cleared my whole day, to be honest.
Good beer. It's good beer. It helps. I mean, I don't want to take credit for the Celtics victory.
His options are for June 21st.
I'm a big basketball fan here, but
so yes, they are.
I mean, the green helps. The green, drinking the green during a game, I think does help. I think it does help. Halts are 5 minutes. Oh, I didn't even realize how long they were.
There's no way this man say he doesn't know how long halts are.
I'm reading all this. Oh, I'm not reading all of it. Just check it in. Give me some prompts to roll with here. Oh, damn.
That's what I'm saying, Tom. That's what I'm saying. I'm curious if that's the reason I got back into AMC, just in case when he shows his positions, he does something with it, right?
I know. Well, this isn't really a traditional stream, I suppose, because a traditional stream, we're kind of just shooting the shit, checking in on stuff.
Dylan, I'm gonna put you in timeout. We don't like the spam things I hear.
The halts are due to the stream?
Nah, I don't know, Wilson, because the stock never really. I don't know. Do you think
movies? All right,
because he mentioned the 3 years, so he could say, "I believe in it 3 years. I'm going to exercise it in front of you," or whatever. I don't know.
I know probably a lot of people tuned in for different reasons. We're about to start talking about movies, just random things.
This is something we'll tell our kids about.
Yeah, I know.
Our nieces and nephews.
You see, I hope y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed some of those memes. You know, you can see I worked a while on that, which is obviously extremely embarrassing, right? You think I don't know that? I know that, but I think it's
this could be interesting.
To work on that. I hope
if he's slowly exercising it, and that's what's causing the halt up.
I see. That's the internet in me, right? Some of y'all know, like that's as a professional lurker. Now I get to share something like, oh, here's something that I worked on too. But it's been like a lifetime of entertainment. It's been pretty cool to like, all right, let me share some of mine.
Someone have the time and sales up so we can see what's happening.
It's just it can be fun. Although I see some people, right? I'll work on the memes and they're like, oh yeah, when they were like, oh, they're not sure it's me, and they're like, oh, look at those low quality edits, and I'm just like, oh, I'm like, oh no, I mean, I'm not a professional video editor or anything like that, but oh it hurts. It hurts. I'm doing my best here. I'm trying to learn. I'm doing my best. So I'm always laughing at them. It's fine. I know they're not, but it's like snap. I'm trying my best.
He could have wired some money. He could have wired some money yesterday, and therefore it hits.
All right, it's
by the way,
unhalted. All right,
unhalted.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Moving to the
don't try to do it. All right, let me bring it over here. I think it's fine if I bring
upside.
this over. Let me
He's
check.
gonna halt it again. There's no way he gets it in. He's gonna halt it.
Oh, we got it. All right, I'm gonna bring it over. Don't halt it. Don't halt it. There you go. All right, there you go. Is it on the chat there? There you go. All right. Cheers. Cheers. We got it up.
This man is down 200.
Those are my only positions.
Oh,
as you know about me, I'll take. It's a true YOLO again, I suppose. Depending on, I know there's some cash there. That's what I mean. It depends on your positions, but
there's no way.
It's another YOLO again. You know what I'm saying? It's how I roll. So that's that there. But I seen those headlines. E-Trade. I see those headlines. I got to check. I'm checking in every day. I'll log in. I'm like, are my positions still there? Are they still there? Let me check. They're still there. Wait, they're still there. Okay, they're still there. I wasn't even like paying attention to the details. They're still there. But each morning I'm like, I don't know what's happening. So I go, all right, well, don't make me, but E-Trade, I'll do this with HTML. I'll do that. Don't make me remove it. I know how to do that. I'm just kidding. No, I'm going to put it back. We're good. Those positions are there. But I'll do it. I'll remove it. Don't make me. Don't make me do it. Don't make me. I'll delete that from the HTML. I will. All right. Mr. Robot Hacker here. I learned a thing or two, and I know how to delete that. I don't want to do it.
This man is down $230 million on the day.
I'm just messing, people. Okay, it's still. I put it back. No, but see,
we talked about this earlier. If he was faking it, I think E-Trade would come out and say, "Hey, there's no actual position of this size."
You know that meme too, where the guy wakes up and it's like all green. He's like, "Oh, he's squinting."
All right, chat. I got to go to my
He's like,
meeting.
"Oh, he's waking
We're
up
going to
looking."
keep
I
their
feel like
stream
that's me in the
rolling
morning some
just
days. I'm
for
waking up and
transparency's
squinting,
sake.
I'm
I've
seeing
got
stuff. I'm
1,000
like,
shares of
"What?"
AMC at 505. I'm going to go and cut my losses if it breaks
I'm
480
like,
on the
what the
day.
hell did I do,
Still
man?
holding on to
So
my
that's where we're at
AMC
right now.
position.
Oh,
I'll
did
be
it go
back
down?
on
Oh, did it
stream
halt it again?
maybe at like
Oh, it's halted.
1:30 or
Well, that's where
so.
it was, right where.
We'll keep
That's where
rocking and
it had
rolling.
the halt.
Love you
See,
guys.
I wait to the
Trade
halt
safely.
because if it's halted, it doesn't show the stuff, so it needs to be unhalted. I don't know why it does that. It just is. And so, yeah, there you go. There you go. That's where it is for now. That could go down. It's going down. It's going down. In general, educational advice here in general, not specific to games. But remember, with all investments, especially ones I'm involved in, because they're inherently very risky, they go up, they go down. You can't explain that. They go up, they go down. You can't explain that. No, but you should be aware of the risks going into any position. But again, especially ones I deal in, because they tend to be extremely volatile. I like to think that I have a good sense of my thesis, but I get stuff wrong. I have historically. I will again in the future. Could be. It's always important for you to understand that, and I have to understand that too. And so, but I get a feeling. If I have this feeling, I act on it. And I make that joke in one of my YouTube videos. It's based on feel, but it's like a confluence of factors. And the easiest way to just describe it is it's this feel that I have. And at the foundation, in this case, of my feeling, right, at the foundation of it is kind of that long-term outlook that this type of company has the prospects that it could work out well over the long term. And in the short term, we'll see. But in the long term, like that's like the foundation of it. So it's like a collection of things, and but always risks. But honestly, I mean, you think it's a joke? I guess it's a little bit of a joke because that's based on feel. Whoa, let's see. Where's my? Do we do that? I mean, do we have questions to ask it? I mean, I'm not only. Oh, someone beat me to the 8 ball. I just saw your chat. So you beat me to it. I just reached for it. I just grabbed it, but y'all beat me to it. I don't know what to ask it though. I don't know what to ask. Can I ask an 8 ball? Can I? I feel like I can. I don't think.
What if he says, "Should I exercise my options?"
What's the date today?
To the 8 ball?
7th.
Just saying.
Oh, can I do?
I'm in the background.
Oh, so wait. Oh, before I do the 8 ball. Oh, well. Can I show a chart? Can I analyze a chart? I feel like it can analyze a chart. You know, it's not a science. Can I look at the chart a little bit? Here, I'm gonna move this over. It's halted anyway. Check out that chart though, huh? Can I do charts real quick? Can I do charts? Y'all might have seen this too, but wasn't that kind of funny? Like it comes down to like right there. Look at that. Look at that line right there. It came down. Well, I don't feel like drawing it right now. I'm just going to use this as the draw. Like you get that? Oh, man, I'll draw it. Whatever. Do I have a lawyer in the room? No, but maybe I should. And I should give them control of that button. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Don't say that. Don't eject him. Eject him. Where's that button that I can press? Sorry, I'm only going to catch some of these. I'm going to catch the ones that are going through there. Don't do it. Does the 8 ball constitute advice? Does it constitute advice? You know, or I mean, you play. You look at that. Oh, you see that one. You know what color that one is because you can't see it. Sorry, I'm jumping around here, but you know how my mind works. But was this one played today? Did someone play that and I didn't see it? It feels like someone might have played that, and I was like, oh, I missed that. But there's always that.
A wild card? What's the wild card?
Oh, there's a couple. Those are the 3. I feel like those are the 3 funniest ones, you know? All right, okay. Wait, what was it? Oh, what'd you 8 ball? Well, hold on. Let me just get to the chart real quick. Wait, can I draw? Hold on. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Oh, I do. Right there. All right, look at that. Right at 10. Huh? Look at this. It's like jumping up and jumping down. And it was like right there. This is all a test. But you see that, and then you see I'm going to do another one right there. I don't know. It's not a size, but you see that. That's bull. That chart was just bullish. You know, I feel like most technical analysts would agree with that. That doesn't mean something's going to automatically do something. Of course not. Technical analysis is wrong all the time. But it can be an indication of something. So you see that. I mean, no, we used to do charts. Back in the day. I think it can be fun. But Anyway, I saw folks mentioning that. I had it open. I just wanted to check that out. But that's always fun. It's always fun to do. But you never know. It's always a test, educational. If it works, if it doesn't work, whatever. I always think that's funny. But all right, the 8-ball. 8-ball. First of all, I need to sip though. Oh, well, we need to figure out what we're going to ask. Honestly, I don't know. Can you do? Oh, let me see. Toss out some questions. Toss out some questions as to what we might ask. Oh, it's going down more. Oh no! See, technical analysis. See, it's going down more now. See, that's how ineffective it can be at times. Right? You even pull up a chart sometimes. You even pull it up. Ugh, forget about it. Forget about it. Will we end green? All right, that's one. Exercising, that's one. Will Celtics win? That's a great one. A lot of good ones here. Damn, I don't know what the appropriate one is. Is today the day to do it? Is today the day to ask this something? It does seem like that. Like there's a lot of moving parts right here. Huh. I don't know. Maybe today's not the day to do it. Should it be another day? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's down so much today. I don't know. I don't know about ending. Oh, now it's going fast again. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Because the question's got to be good. If all y'all remember, like the question is really, that's the important part. You got to get it. You got to get that question right. And I see a lot of good ideas here, but I'm not sure what might be best. We'll see. I'm not going to do it now. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to table this, literally going to table it for perhaps another time. I don't know. I need to think. I should have been thinking about what we might ask, and but now I see so many different good options as to what the appropriate question could be. I'm not sure. Plus, I don't know if they've, I don't know. I don't think 8-ball constitutes advice, but let me double check. I want to double check on that just in case. Oh, shit. Even doing nothing, you know. I think that's so fun. I think it's unlikely. But that doesn't mean whatever plan or whatever they're going to do is going to work out, of course, right? That don't mean that. But anyway, so maybe that would be a different thing where it's usually price action. Ooh. So many good ones. I don't know. There's a nice easy one. What should we have for dinner? Oh, we'll wait. I'm gonna wait. We'll wait. So we table it. So at least we got the discussion going. We got the discussion going as to what the question should be. We got the discussion going. Plant some seeds. Let's think about it. Oh no. I'm not saying any of the right things. I'm saying all the wrong things right now. Where's that eject button? It might be time. Am I okay? Oh, that would be am I okay? I don't know. I will say I'm probably not. I mean, I'm clearly I'm clearly cuckoo, you know? Clearly. right? I'm off. That should be apparent now. I think even the 8 Ball would agree with that, right? But it's kind of fun. I think there's some other off people who feel like me. Gives me a sense of comfort. Yes, y'all are off too. Y'all are off too. We're off together. We're off together. You know, the crazy sticks together. Crazy sticks together in a way. Huh? Isn't there a sense of comfort in that? There is. I think, honestly, I joke, but I think there is. All right. I think, let's see. Well, watch this. Watch this. I think for now, we're going to end the stream. I think we're going to end the stream now. Let's end it. Oh. Let's restart it. All right, let's restart. Let's restart it. Let's restart it. Let's restart the stream. Oh man. What's it gonna do? All right. I just see it. Oh no, he doesn't got shit. Oh no. Oh, he's legit crazy. Oh no. Oh, we thought he wasn't crazy. That's your bad for thinking I'm all there. You know what I'm saying? Oh damn. That's your bad. I'm not. Is it halted? Oh, just saying that halted the stock. I'm sorry, but that's funny. That's funny. I don't know. I think it is. I think it is. Well, all right. Okay. All right. If that's the case, I think we're gonna end the stream now. We're gonna end it now, and let's see what happens. I know we'll end it now. I'm gonna do one. Let's do one final cheers. Thank you everybody for coming. I mean, this is awesome. Boy, this is you're a real streamer when you're like talking to the chat like that. Oh, I have a lot of respect for. I'm the real streamers day in, day out grinding and stuff like that. Obviously, I already had a lot of respect, but now seeing this and even doing all this stuff yourself, geez, I know people work with teams and stuff like that, and that's I get it, but just so much respect. But I'll cheers to y'all. I'll see y'all around. You know, I'll see y'all around. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. It's just, whether there's 0 people or a lot, it's always, it's nice to have folks hanging out. You can hang out in person. You can hang out online. You can a lot of us, share thoughts and have a good time. And I think that's great. I think that's great. Cheers to y'all for now. Cheers. I think I got to chug now. It's like I said, it's in 5 o'clock now, 6 o'clock somewhere now. Oh shit! What's a drinking strategy, baby? I don't know. What's that? All right. Cheers to y'all. Thank you for coming by. We'll see what happens from here. I don't know. We'll see. Actually, I forget how to end this though. For real, I'm not even joking. I think I'm gonna press something there, and then no, I do that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. All right. Cheers to y'all. I'll see y'all around. Happy Friday. Have a nice night. Have a good weekend. I'll see y'all around. Adios. Oh. All right. For real. Peace.
What's up, guys? Producer AT here. Zunaid can't jump on and say bye to you guys, so figured I'd come on and just do it for him. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys on Monday. Peace. Done.